Welcome to Boring History, the channel where the past unfolds slowly, patiently, and in detail, so detailed that you might just drift to sleep while learning. Tonight, we begin a long journey into the quiet, surprising, and very human history of something small, flat, and once sent across oceans and continents, the penny postcard. From cheap ink and mass printing to the way people wrote their feelings onto a rectangle of card, the postcard is more than paper. It is memory, commerce, romance, propaganda, and the voice of ordinary people preserved forever. This is the rise of the penny postcard, told in 20 long parts, one slow step at a time. Let us begin. Before postcards existed, before those small, stiff rectangles carried images of seaside piers, snowy mountains, or bustling city squares, communication by mail was slow, expensive, and unevenly shared. To understand the rise of the penny postcard, we must first wander through the world that existed before it, where words traveled on paper that was folded, sealed, and carried for a price that only some could afford. In the early 1800s, much of Europe and America relied on letters. A letter was not a casual thing, it was an event. Families waited for them with anticipation, and entire households could gather around a single page read aloud by candlelight. Soldiers wrote to their sweethearts, merchants to their partners, missionaries to their congregations. Yet these letters were costly. Postage was not standardized, and often the receiver, not the sender, had to pay. A poor farmer might open a folded sheet only to be told he owed a sum too great for his pocket. He would then hand the letter back, unable to know what news it contained. Mail systems were slow and unreliable. Horses carried bags along rutted tracks, stagecoaches labored through mud, and ships took weeks or months to deliver news across oceans. Each letter was an act of patience. Each message carried the weight of distance and time. In cities, correspondence thrived. London, Paris, New York, these places had dense webs of commerce and administration that demanded communication. But in villages, the sight of the postman was rare. For the working poor, letters were luxuries, not habits. Few could read or write, and those who could often save their literacy for religious or legal matters. And yet, the desire to share was universal. People wanted to write, to reach out, to send greetings, jokes, and pictures. They wanted something cheaper, lighter, and less formal than the thick letter sealed with wax. The idea of a postcard, a public message on a small card, was waiting, just below the surface of history. Postal reform and the penny post. By the 1830s and 1840s, the winds of reform began to blow. In Britain, a man named Rowland Hill studied the postal system and declared it inefficient and unfair. He noticed that people often tricked the system with coded marks on envelopes, so that recipients could glean the message without paying. This waste, he argued, could be solved by making postage cheap, uniform, and prepaid. His proposal was simple: a penny post. For a single penny, anyone could send a letter anywhere within the United Kingdom. The cost would be paid by the sender, not the receiver. This radical idea democratized mail. It turned the post from a burden into a public service. In 1840, the first postage stamp appeared, the penny black. Tiny, adhesive, and carrying the young Queen Victoria's profile, it marked a revolution. Suddenly, millions more people could write to one another. Servants could send news to their families. Workers could correspond with lovers in distant towns. Literacy spread alongside this new freedom of communication. But letters still carried weight. They still required sheets of paper, envelopes, and some knowledge of letter-writing conventions. For the less educated, or for those who simply wanted to jot a brief note, the system was still too formal. There was a need for something even simpler. Something you could send quickly, cheaply, and without ceremony. the idea of the open card. As literacy increased, so did curiosity. Could there be a way to send short messages without the envelope? Could a piece of card itself, with the address on one side and the message on the other, serve as a cheaper alternative to the letter? The idea was not immediately welcomed. Many found the notion scandalous. To send a message exposed to all eyes, including the postman's, seemed improper. Private feelings were not to be displayed like laundry on a line. And yet, the efficiency was undeniable. Short business notes, travel updates, seasonal greetings, all could fit neatly onto a card. The 1860s and 1870s saw experiments. In Austria, government-issued cards became popular. In the United States, private printers began to design decorative cards with space for writing. What began as practical soon became playful. But before postcards could flourish, there needed to be the culture to accept them, the sense that messages could be public, brief, and light-hearted. That culture was just beginning to form in the mid-19th century, as railways shrank distances, as cities grew, and as people sought faster ways to share their daily lives. The world waiting for a postcard. By 1870, the world had changed. Steam engines carried trains full of mail sacks. Telegraph wires stretched across continents. Newspapers carried serialized novels and reports from faraway wars. People were more connected than ever, yet they hungered for something personal. Letters were too slow, too heavy, too costly for everyday chatter. The telegraph was too abrupt, too mechanical, too expensive for casual use. There was room for something in between, a humble card that could carry both the intimacy of a message and the lightness of a joke, a sketch, or a holiday greeting. The penny postcard was about to arrive, and when it did, it would not simply serve the rich or the poor, the city or the village. It would belong to everyone. And in belonging to everyone, it would capture the voices of millions whose words might otherwise have vanished. When Rowland Hill's idea of a uniform penny postage took effect in Britain in 1840, its effects rippled far beyond what even he imagined. For the first time, the act of sending a letter was no longer a privilege reserved for the wealthy or a burden that weighed heavily on the poor. It was, instead, a service accessible to all, and it unleashed a flood of correspondence. The numbers tell the story. In the first year of the penny post, the number of letters sent in Britain nearly doubled. Within a decade, it had more than quadrupled. The post office became one of the most vital arteries of society, carrying not only personal words but also business, government orders, and printed material. But this revolution also revealed new problems. The sudden volume strained postal workers and transport systems. Long-distance communication, while cheaper, was still slow compared to the appetite people now had for contact. Letters remained cumbersome. You needed paper, envelopes, ink, and the time to compose something that felt worthy of the effort. The question of privacy. It was during these years that the notion of the open card first began to be discussed, and with it came a peculiar tension. On one hand, there was practicality. Why not send brief notes without the ceremony of an envelope? On the other hand, there was propriety. Could decent people really allow their words to be visible to the eyes of strangers along the way? For many Victorians, the thought was outrageous. To write a message where the postman could read your words was unthinkable. Letters were sacred, sealed containers of the private self. To strip away the envelope was, to them, to strip away decency. And yet, necessity often outpaces custom. The industrial age was making life faster, busier, more transactional. Railways carried goods and people across regions in hours rather than days. Telegraphs clicked news from London to Paris or New York in minutes. Factories produced goods at a rate never before imagined. In such a world, the letter, slow, weighty, formal, felt old-fashioned. A card, on the other hand, was light, quick, and practical. Businesses in particular saw the potential. Why waste envelopes when you could print a card with space for both advertisement and message? Why wait on formalities when speed could be the key to profit? The Austrian spark. The first government-issued postal card was introduced in Austria-Hungary in 1869. Known simply as the correspondence card, it was plain, cheap, and revolutionary. For a fraction of the cost of a letter, citizens could scribble a note and send it anywhere in the empire. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Within weeks, millions were in circulation. Students sent jokes to friends. Families dashed off quick greetings. Businesses adopted them for notices and bills. The idea spread quickly to Germany, Switzerland, and beyond. The postcard had entered the world. The American experiment. Across the Atlantic, Americans were slower to adopt but no less inventive. In 1873, the United States Post Office issued its first official postal card. Like Austria's, it was plain and practical. But Americans, ever fond of variety and enterprise, soon allowed private publishers to print their own cards, provided they left room for the government-issued stamp. This freedom opened the door to creativity. Publishers began printing illustrated cards, patriotic emblems, humorous drawings, cityscapes, holiday themes. What started as a tool of efficiency quickly became a canvas of culture. Social shifts and everyday messages. By the late 19th century, postcards were no longer strange. They were part of daily life. In Britain, Germany, France, and the United States, they traveled in the millions. The fear of public writing faded. In fact, the visibility became part of the charm. To send a postcard was to send something lighthearted, open, unpretentious. Letters remained for the serious, the solemn, the deeply private. Postcards were for the casual, the playful, the everyday. They were, in many ways, the text messages of their time, quick bursts of thought, shared without ceremony. By the 1870s and 1880s, what had begun as an experiment in Austria had grown into a quiet revolution across Europe and America. The penny postcard, or its equivalents in different currencies, was changing the rhythm of communication. People who had never before thought of themselves as writers became correspondents. Schoolchildren wrote to their cousins in other towns. Servants scribbled quick notes to their families back home. Soldiers dashed off messages that could travel quicker than formal letters. Businesses found an inexpensive way to advertise and notify clients. The democratization of words. The humble postcard did something profound. It gave ordinary people a voice. Where once the art of writing had been reserved for the educated elite, the card invited everyone to participate. Its brevity lowered the barrier. You did not need to compose a long, polished letter. You only needed a sentence or two. This brevity was liberating. Arrived safely. Mother is well. Expect me Sunday. These simple phrases carried weight because they were immediate, affordable, and human. In households where literacy was still fragile, a child might help a parent draft the words, or a neighbor might write on someone's behalf. The postcard became a shared act, a democratic object. Illustration and imagination. Though the earliest government-issued cards were plain, private printers soon recognized the opportunity for decoration. By the 1880s, postcards began to bloom with imagery. Cities printed views of their main streets and landmarks. Resorts printed seaside panoramas. Artists sketched humorous caricatures. These images transformed the card from mere communication into a keepsake. To receive a postcard was not only to hear from a loved one but also to hold a miniature picture of a place, an event, or a joke. In a time before cheap photography was widespread, These cards brought distant worlds into the palm of one's hand. Some were saved in albums, collected by theme, flowers, cities, animals, jokes. Others were pinned to walls or tucked into Bibles. The postcard, once a tool of efficiency, was fast becoming an object of memory and affection. Business and bureaucracy. It was not only families and friends who embraced the postcard. Governments and businesses quickly saw its potential. Municipalities used them to announce elections, taxes, or regulations. Shops used them for receipts and promotions. Railroads used them for timetables. For bureaucrats, postcards saved time and money. They could be printed in bulk, distributed widely, and required no envelopes. For businessmen, they offered cheap advertising. A card sent for a penny could reach dozens of potential customers, far cheaper than a newspaper notice. In this way, the postcard became woven into both the intimate and the institutional fabric of life. The class divide in communication. Despite their popularity, postcards also carried social connotations. The upper classes often looked down upon them. To many in high society, the postcard was too casual, too exposed, too common. Letters, with their folded paper, neat envelopes, and sealed wax, remained the medium of serious correspondence. And yet, even the wealthy could not resist their charm. Travelers of means, especially those visiting spas, resorts, or cultural capitals, found it convenient to send a quick postcard back home. Greetings from Paris. Thinking of you from the Alps. These short notes, accompanied by picturesque images, became fashionable souvenirs. Thus the postcard bridged classes, moving easily from peasant to aristocrat, from factory worker to merchant banker. Its cheapness was its genius, but its adaptability was its triumph. A mirror of everyday life. By the close of the 19th century, postcards were everywhere. Mail carriers distributed them by the millions. Shops sold them at counters. Children begged for the newest illustrated sets. Collectors traded them. And through them, historians today can glimpse the everyday life of the era. The hurried notes of workers. The affectionate greetings of families. The advertising slogans of businesses. The scenic views of growing cities. The postcard became a mirror of society, reflecting its desires, habits, and humor. It was not grand literature, but it was real. And because it was real, it was valuable. Preparing for the Golden Age. All of this, the penny post, the Austrian invention, the American adoption, the rise of illustration, was merely prelude. The true explosion of postcards, the so-called Golden Age, was still to come in the early 20th century. But even in these first decades, the foundation had been laid. The postcard had proven its worth, cheap, quick, versatile, beloved. It was ready to carry not only messages but also the culture of an age. By the late 1800s, society had entered a curious balance between tradition and innovation. The old ways, ink bottles, wax seals, and folded envelopes, still carried dignity and weight. But the world was restless. Cities grew noisier, faster, more crowded. Trains roared between stations. Steamships crossed oceans with cargo and passengers alike. Telegraph wires carried urgent news at the speed of lightning. And in the midst of all this noise, people wanted something small, cheap, human. Something between the heaviness of a letter and the coldness of a telegram. The postcard, humble in size but immense in potential, was poised to fill that gap. The card as a cultural tool. It is important to see how radical the idea truly was. A letter had always been an intimate act, words folded in paper, sealed away from strangers' eyes. A postcard broke that tradition. It was open, public, casual. Anyone who handled it could see your words, Yet this very openness became its strength. Postcards were light-hearted by nature. They carried jokes, quick greetings, casual reports of health and weather. They were never meant to be guarded treasures, but small tokens of connection. That shift, from private to public, from solemn to playful, marked a cultural change. And people embraced it. In villages, postcards became a way to announce a safe arrival in town or a birth in the family. In cities, they were quick notes between offices, friends, and lovers. In shops, they became advertisements. In schools, they became practice for literacy. Seeds of collecting in memory. Already, by the 1890s, collectors were gathering postcards and albums. Some sought only the pictures, saving views of towns and landmarks they had never seen. Others cherished the words, the scribbled handwriting of friends and relatives. In both cases, the postcard became more than communication, it became memory. For many families, these small cards would be kept for decades, tucked into drawers or scrapbooks, long after the message itself had lost urgency. They became relics of affection, snapshots of a life long gone. The stage is set. Thus, by the close of the 19th century, the postcard was firmly established. From Austria to America, from Britain to France, from Switzerland to Germany, millions of cards traveled through the postal systems each year. The stage was set for an explosion. Advances in color printing, cheaper photography, international postal agreements, and a growing appetite for novelty would soon make postcards the most popular form of mail in the world. The penny postcard, once doubted, once dismissed as vulgar, was about to enter its golden age. By the final decade of the 19th century, the postcard had fully taken root. What began as a plain sheet for quick correspondence had blossomed into a medium that was colorful, artistic, and, above all, beloved. The years between 1890 and the outbreak of the First World War in 1914 are often called the Golden Age of postcards, and with good reason. Never before or since would such a flood of miniature art and personal messages travel across the globe. A world in motion. Industrial progress fueled the postcard's rise. Cities grew larger and busier, their skylines punctuated by new monuments, bridges, and boulevards. Railways and steamships shrank distances between nations. Tourism blossomed as middle-class families traveled to seaside resorts, spas, and foreign capitals. Everywhere they went, people wanted souvenirs. And what better souvenir than a card that captured the view and could be sent home the very same day? From Paris to New York, from Berlin to Rome, printers churned out millions of illustrated cards. Some were photographs, some lithographs, some whimsical drawings. The imagery was as varied as the world itself: landscapes, monuments, famous buildings, portraits of royalty, comical sketches, seasonal greetings. International postal agreements. A crucial factor behind this explosion was the establishment of the Universal Postal Union, UPU, in 1874. This international treaty standardized postal rates and regulations across member nations, meaning a postcard sent from France to Japan or from the United States to Germany could travel reliably and cheaply. This was revolutionary. For the first time in history, an ordinary person could scribble a note, pay a small fee, and send a card across oceans. The postcard became not only a local habit but a global phenomenon. The language of pictures. What made postcards unique in this period was their combination of word and image. A letter might describe a seaside promenade, but a postcard showed it. A letter might tell of the Eiffel Tower, but a card carried its likeness. For people who could not travel themselves, receiving a postcard was a window into another world. For the sender, it was a way to share experience instantly. The card became a form of storytelling. In this way, postcards democratized imagery. They placed visual culture in the hands of millions. Before cheap photography, few people could own a picture of the pyramids or the canals of Venice. With postcards, anyone could. The craze for collecting. The Golden Age was also marked by a craze for collecting. Families kept albums filled with postcards. Children traded them like treasures. Clubs were formed where enthusiasts exchanged cards with strangers across the world. Some collectors focused on themes: cats, trains, famous actors, military uniforms. Others sought foreign postmarks, stamps, or rare printings. Postcard collecting became one of the most widespread hobbies of the time, uniting rich and poor, urban and rural alike. At its height, billions of postcards were mailed each year. In Germany alone, more than 1 billion postcards were sent in 1903. In the United States, the craze was so intense that special fairs and exhibitions were devoted to postcards. The Golden Age coincided with remarkable advances in printing technology. Lithography, especially chromolithography, made it possible to produce vivid, colorful images at relatively low cost. Germany became the world's leader in postcard printing, exporting millions of beautifully made cards across Europe and America. Color was transformative. No longer limited to simple sketches or sepia photographs, postcards burst with life: sunsets glowing orange and red, deep green valleys, bright blue seas. Cities gleamed in tinted skylines, and holiday resorts glistened with cheerful color. Some cards were hand-colored, each one carefully tinted by workers in factories. Others used multi-stone lithography to produce images of astonishing detail. For many recipients, a postcard was the most colorful printed object they owned. Postcards and the rise of tourism. Postcards quickly became tied to travel. Railways had already opened new destinations to middle-class families. Resorts along the coasts of Britain, France, and the United States welcomed visitors eager for sea air and rest. Mountain villages attracted hikers and climbers. Great cities lured tourists to museums, theaters, and monuments. At every stop, postcards were waiting. Newsagents, hotel lobbies, station kiosks, all sold racks of cards featuring local scenes. Tourists bought them not only to send but also to keep as souvenirs. For many travelers, the ritual of writing a postcard was as important as the journey itself, sitting in a cafe, scribbling a message, and then dropping it into a bright red or green postbox. These cards told two stories at once: the personal message of the traveler and the printed image of the place. To receive one was to share in the journey, however briefly. Governments and propaganda. While postcards flourished in the hands of tourists and families, they also found serious uses. Governments discovered that postcards could be powerful tools for propaganda. Military postcards depicted soldiers in sharp uniforms, battleships steaming proudly, or patriotic slogans printed in bold letters. Monarchs and presidents appeared on countless cards, their faces distributed across empires. During times of war, postcards became part of the arsenal, carrying messages meant to inspire loyalty and morale. Even in peacetime, official postcards celebrated national achievements: bridges, railways, public buildings. They were not just souvenirs but symbols of pride. Advertising and commerce. Businesses, too, embraced the postcard. Shops mailed illustrated cards to announce sales. Theaters sent postcards featuring actors and actresses to promote plays. Breweries, bakeries, and bicycle companies used postcards as advertisements, often so beautifully designed that customers saved them in albums. The brilliance of the postcard lay in its double life. A single card could be both a private message and a public advertisement. A cheerful image of a soap brand might be mailed as a greeting, carrying the company's logo across the country. Private words, public cards. Perhaps the most fascinating paradox of the postcard is this: it was both intimate and exposed. Unlike letters, which were sealed, postcards bore their words in plain sight. Postal workers, shopkeepers, even curious neighbors could read the message as it traveled. And yet, this openness made postcards light-hearted. Writers often kept their notes cheerful and brief, conscious that strangers might glimpse them. Lovers wrote with playful codes, families with casual warmth, friends with jokes. Serious matters still went into letters. Postcards were for the daily pulse of life. For this reason, many historians call postcards the social media of their time: short, public, visual, and shared in staggering numbers. The aesthetic of the everyday. By 1900, the postcard had become an art form in itself. Some publishers hired famous illustrators to design sets of humorous or artistic cards. Others focused on local views, capturing even the smallest towns and villages. Collectors competed for the rarest or most beautifully printed series. Everyday life spilled onto these little rectangles: children playing, shop fronts, parades, agricultural fairs, even disasters. A flood in a town or a great fire might be commemorated within weeks by printed postcards, both as news and as keepsakes. In this way, postcards preserved the ordinary and the extraordinary alike. They became a visual diary of an age. By the dawn of the 20th century, postcards were no longer simply mail, they were collectibles. Families purchased albums with thick paper slots designed specifically to hold cards. Stationery shops sold decorative binders embossed with flowers, scrolls, or gilt lettering: "My postcard collection." Children begged their parents for coins to buy the latest designs. Adults traded duplicates with friends, or wrote to strangers in other countries simply to obtain exotic cards. It was not unusual for a home to own hundreds, even thousands, of postcards neatly catalogued. This collecting craze was so widespread that it gained its own name: cartophily. Newspapers reported on it. Clubs were founded. Exhibitions displayed rare and artistic sets. For many middle-class families, postcards were the first affordable art collection they could own. International exhibitions and postcards. World's fairs and international expositions gave the postcard industry enormous momentum. The Paris Exposition of 1900, for example, produced a flood of cards showing the Eiffel Tower illuminated at night, the grand pavilions, the electric displays. Visitors sent these cards home by the millions, spreading the imagery of the fair far beyond France. Similarly, the St. Louis World's Fair of 1904 in the United States printed thousands of postcard designs. Visitors mailed them across the country, turning the postcard into a symbol of participation. To own or receive one was to be part of the grand event. These exhibitions not only boosted postcard sales but also confirmed the medium's cultural importance. Postcards were now the natural way to commemorate the world's biggest gatherings. Postcards across borders. One of the most remarkable features of the Golden Age was the postcard's role in connecting people across national boundaries. Thanks to the Universal Postal Union, a card mailed in Germany could reach Argentina, China, or Australia at a low, predictable rate. This created new networks of exchange. Collectors in London traded with collectors in Cairo. Students in New York wrote to students in Tokyo. Sometimes these exchanges blossomed into pen-pal relationships, with dozens of postcards flying back and forth, building friendships that might never otherwise have existed. In this sense, postcards fostered a kind of early globalization. They carried not only images but also fragments of culture, humor, and daily life from one nation to another. The postcard and identity. Postcards also became a way for communities to express identity. Small towns printed their main streets, churches, and factories, proud to see themselves represented. Immigrants used postcards to show their families back home the places where they now lived. Soldiers mailed postcards from barracks or foreign stations, affirming their presence in distant lands. Even in villages, the postcard became a marker of belonging. To appear on one, whether as a figure in a street scene or a performer in a parade, was a kind of immortality. The postcard froze the moment, captured the place, and sent it into the world. Postcards in memory. Because they were both cheap and durable, postcards became keepsakes of the everyday. A family might save cards from every holiday trip, creating a paper trail of their wanderings. Lovers treasured cards inscribed with affectionate notes, rereading them long after the romance had faded. Children grew up with boxes of cards from grandparents and parents, each one a fragment of their family story. Unlike newspapers or letters, postcards were rarely discarded with haste. Their images gave them second lives as decorations, scrapbook entries, or conversation pieces. They lived on, sometimes for decades, carrying the voice and handwriting of people long gone. By the years just before 1914, the postcard had reached a height no one could have predicted when the first simple correspondence cards appeared in Austria just 4 decades earlier. Billions of cards traveled across the globe each year. In countries like Germany, Britain, and the United States, entire industries revolved around their production. Printers, illustrators, stationers, and postal workers all labored to meet the demand. Postcards were everywhere. They sat in racks at seaside kiosks, lined the walls of tobacconists, filled baskets at railway stations, and poured out of mailbags on every street. In some cities, postmen delivered mail multiple times a day, meaning that a postcard sent in the morning could arrive that very afternoon. Such speed and intimacy felt miraculous to people who had grown up in a slower, more isolated age. The language of the everyday. The messages scribbled on these cards were not grand declarations. They were fragments of life. Arrived safely at the shore. The concert was delightful. Mother sends her love. Will call on Thursday. Brief as they were, these words gave texture to daily existence. They carried affection, humor, and reassurance. They turned the world into a web of small connections, binding families and friends with a thread of ink and paper. A world captured in pictures. Meanwhile, the images told their own story. 1,000 towns, great and small, proudly displayed their churches, factories, bridges, and parades. National monuments, from the Arc de Triomphe to the Statue of Liberty, appeared on millions of cards. Exotic lands were depicted for curious Europeans and Americans who might never see them in person. Together, these pictures formed a kind of collective portrait of the era, bustling, colorful, diverse. They captured not only the landscapes but also the spirit of a society fascinated by progress, travel, and novelty. The edge of a new century. As the 20th century opened, postcards were more than souvenirs or quick notes. They had become a cultural habit, a shared language. People measured their travels by the cards they sent. Families marked their milestones with cards tucked away in albums. Collectors filled drawers with artistic sets and rare editions. This was the golden age in its purest sense, an era when the postcard was both useful and delightful, common and treasured. But history is rarely still. Even as postcards reached their peak, shadows lengthened across Europe. Nations armed themselves for war. Alliances grew tense. The same printing presses that produced cheerful seaside views would soon print patriotic propaganda and battlefield scenes. The Golden Age ends. When the First World War erupted in 1914, the postcard would not disappear, but it would change. Millions of soldiers would write from trenches on simple field cards. Millions of families would send patriotic images to sustain morale. the postcard would become part of the machinery of war. But that belongs to the next chapter. For now, we leave the Golden Age at its height, a world in which the penny postcard ruled both postboxes and parlors, binding people together across distances with ink, paper, and image. When the guns of August thundered in 1914, they signaled not only the beginning of the First World War but also the end of the postcard's golden age. Yet the postcard itself did not vanish, it adapted. In fact, the war years saw postcards become even more essential, carrying the voices of soldiers and families across barbed wire and battlefronts. The soldier's postcard. For millions of young men sent to the trenches, postcards were the only link with home. Unlike letters, which could be long, delayed, or even confiscated, postcards were cheap, simple, and, most importantly, permitted by military authorities. Governments quickly produced field postcards, standardized cards with printed options like "I am well," "I have been admitted into hospital," or "I have received your letter." Soldiers simply crossed out the lines that did not apply and signed their name. No details of battles, no descriptions of conditions, censorship was absolute. Though they seemed cold and mechanical, these cards were lifelines. To a mother, a single ticked box saying "I am well" meant relief for another week. To a wife, a postcard with nothing more than a name was proof that her husband still lived. Propaganda in picture form. At the same time, postcards became tools of propaganda. Every nation used them. In Britain, cards showed heroic Tommies standing bravely against the enemy. In Germany, cards depicted Kaiser Wilhelm and his generals in grand poses. In France, postcards carried stirring patriotic slogans, "Unless aura. We shall have them." Caricatures of the enemy were common. British cards mocked the German Kaiser as a devilish figure. German cards portrayed French or Russian soldiers as clumsy or cowardly. These images fueled hatred and sustained morale, turning the postcard into a weapon of culture as much as of communication. The human voice amid war. Yet alongside propaganda and official field cards, personal postcards persisted. Soldiers managed, when allowed, to send quick notes, "Thinking of you. The weather is cold. Send socks." These brief words, scrawled on mud-stained cards, carried the humanity that war tried to strip away. On the home front, families replied with postcards showing children, pets, or local landmarks. Some sent humorous cards, hoping to cheer loved ones in the trenches. Others sent religious or sentimental designs, carrying prayers and comfort. In this way, postcards created a fragile but vital dialogue between battlefields and kitchens, between men under fire and families by the hearth. Collecting in wartime. Remarkably, even during the chaos of war, postcard collecting did not disappear. Soldiers themselves gathered cards from towns they marched through or received from comrades. Some kept albums filled with propaganda and souvenir cards, carried through campaigns as portable memory books. On the civilian side, collectors pursued war-themed series, battle scenes, patriotic art, images of leaders. In a sense, the postcard became not only a message but also a record of the war itself, preserving its imagery in countless albums that survive to this day. The shadow of loss. But behind the cheerful prints and censored words lay the deeper tragedy of war. Many postcards traveled home after the sender had already fallen in battle. Families treasured these final notes, sometimes nothing more than "I am well," as the last trace of a life cut short. The postcard, once a symbol of playfulness and leisure, became a symbol of endurance, survival, and sometimes grief. Its meaning had shifted forever. As armies swept across Europe, postcards followed in their wake. Soldiers stationed in occupied towns often bought local cards to send home. A German soldier in Belgium might mail a postcard of Brussels or Antwerp, his scrawled note across the image of a cathedral or market square. A British soldier in France might do the same with a postcard of a French village café. For recipients back home, these cards carried double meanings. On the surface, they were souvenirs of foreign places. Beneath the surface, they were reminders of the distance, the uncertainty, the strange new geography of war. In some cases, postcards became trophies. Soldiers picked up enemy propaganda cards as curiosities. Others sent home captured cards from abandoned shops, evidence of having been in a place far from their ordinary lives. Scarcity in the black market. As the war dragged on, paper shortages made postcards harder to obtain. In some regions, civilians found themselves standing in lines to purchase them, just as they did for bread or coal. The popularity of postcards was so great that even rationing could not kill demand. Inevitably, a black market emerged. Rare designs, especially patriotic or illustrated ones, were sold at inflated prices. Collectors in neutral countries like Switzerland sometimes paid high sums for war-themed cards smuggled across borders. This scarcity gave postcards an added layer of value. A simple card became not only a message but also a commodity, a precious object in a time of deprivation. Artistic and photographic war cards. Wartime postcards reflected not only official propaganda but also artistry. Some publishers commissioned painters and illustrators to create stirring images of battles, allegorical scenes of victory, or sentimental pictures of mothers waiting for sons. Others printed photographs directly onto cards, grim images of trenches, ruined towns, or soldiers in formation. These photographic postcards were particularly striking. They brought the raw face of war into the parlors of civilians. A street of rubble in Ypres, a group of soldiers huddled in mud, a line of prisoners marching under guard, these were scenes ordinary people might otherwise never see. Yet they were also carefully chosen. Censorship still controlled what could be shown. Rarely did postcards depict the dead, the maimed, or the true horror of no man's land. Instead, they offered sanitized glimpses, destruction without gore, hardship without despair. Humor amid horror. One of the strangest features of wartime postcards is their humor. Even in the midst of bloodshed, publishers produced cards with jokes and caricatures. Soldiers were shown playfully teasing one another, or poking fun at rations, mud, and discipline. Why humor? Perhaps because postcards were meant to lift spirits, to remind both sender and receiver that laughter was still possible. A soldier might send a comic card showing a caricature of a sergeant, or a joke about army food, as a way of easing the burden of war. These cards reveal the resilience of human beings. Even surrounded by destruction, they sought laughter, however small or fleeting. Women in the home front. Postcards also played a role in the lives of women during the war. Many women received cards from husbands, sons, or brothers at the front. They, in turn, sent cards back, sometimes decorated with embroidery or delicate illustrations. Publishers created series showing women in patriotic poses, knitting socks for soldiers, working in munitions factories, or praying in chapels. Others depicted idealized scenes of faithful sweethearts waiting for their men. For women left at home, postcards were tokens of presence. A card in the hand was proof of love across absence, a fragile reassurance against fear. Memory in real time. What makes wartime postcards unique is that they recorded history as it happened. Unlike later memoirs or histories, they captured the emotions of the moment, the hopes, fears, jokes, and propaganda of people living through the conflict. A postcard written by candlelight in a trench, or purchased in a bombed-out town, is both a message and a witness. It holds in its paper the atmosphere of an age of catastrophe. For soldiers trapped in the mud of the Western Front, postcards were a thread connecting them to normal life. In an environment where everything was reduced to survival, mud, rations, orders, and danger, the arrival of a postcard could brighten a day. It might contain nothing more than "children are well" or "I baked bread today" from a wife, but those words carried the warmth of home. Likewise, a soldier's brief "I am well, do not worry" could ease the gnawing anxiety of families waiting by the hearth. Postcards became a psychological weapon against despair. They reminded both senders and receivers that life went on, that bonds endured, that the world outside the trenches still existed. Religious and sentimental imagery. Publishers also produced religious-themed postcards, angels protecting soldiers, Christ blessing the troops, Madonna figures with outstretched arms. Families often sent these cards with prayers written inside, seeking divine protection for loved ones in battle. Sentimental cards depicted sweethearts clasping hands, children waving goodbye, or mothers embracing sons in uniform. Some were embroidered with silk or lace, small works of art sold near the front lines and treasured by recipients. These cards softened the brutality of war with images of tenderness and faith. They allowed families to express hope even in the face of carnage. The hand of the censor. But not every postcard reached its destination untouched. Military censorship was relentless. Soldiers were forbidden to reveal locations, troop movements, or battlefield conditions. Many postcards were read by officers before mailing, and any words deemed dangerous were blacked out or the card withheld entirely. This censorship shaped how soldiers wrote. They became masters of suggestion, using coded phrases or humor to convey feelings without breaking rules. A simple "the food is better than expected" might actually mean "it is terrible, but I cannot say so." The brevity of postcards made them especially vulnerable to censorship. Every word counted, and every word was scrutinized. Rumor and the postcard network. Despite censorship, postcards carried information unofficially. Families compared notes from different soldiers to piece together a picture of the front. Rumors spread through postcards, that the war would be over by Christmas, that reinforcements were arriving, that certain battles had been won. In this way, postcards became a grassroots news network, blending fact and rumor, hope and fear. They did not tell the full story, but they told enough to sustain connection. Memory in the making. Even before the war ended, postcards were already shaping how it would be remembered. Sets were printed showing before and after scenes of towns, with peaceful streets contrasted against ruins. Others showed soldiers smiling in training camps, contrasted with grim trenches. Collectors compiled albums not just of cheerful cards but of war itself, its leaders, battles, and destruction. These albums became, in effect, living histories, created not by governments or generals but by ordinary people saving the paper traces of their experience. By 1918, after 4 years of conflict, the world was exhausted. Empires had collapsed, millions lay dead, and entire landscapes had been reduced to wastelands of mud and wire. Yet in countless boxes, drawers, and family albums, there remained fragile survivors of that cataclysm, postcards. Some were official field cards, with their curt printed lines, "I am well, I have received your letter." Others bore faded photographs of towns long since shelled to rubble. Some carried jokes and cartoons that tried to defy despair with laughter. Still others showed angels, flags, or sentimental scenes of children waiting at the doorstep. Each one was a fragment of human life, carried through the machinery of war. The last messages. For many families, wartime postcards became their most precious possessions. A card might be the last thing a son sent home before his death in the trenches, or the final note a husband mailed before being lost in battle. These small rectangles of paper became relics of love and grief, stored in envelopes, pressed into Bibles, or framed on walls. To historians, such cards are invaluable. They are not polished memoirs or official dispatches, but raw traces of ordinary people living through extraordinary times. They reveal the texture of daily survival, the longing, the humor, the faith, that existed alongside the horror. A changed meaning. World War I transformed the postcard forever. Before the war, it had been playful, colorful, a souvenir of seaside holidays and bustling boulevards. During the war, it became something else entirely, a lifeline, a propaganda tool, a witness. The war stripped away some of the postcard's innocence. Never again would it be only light-hearted. The memory of those censored field cards and those final notes carried a weight that altered how people viewed postcards in the years that followed. And yet, the postcard endured. Even amid tragedy, it had proven itself indispensable, cheap, fast, tangible. When the guns finally fell silent, postcards did not vanish with the armistice. Instead, they adapted once more, taking on new roles in a world struggling to rebuild. Toward the interwar years. In the 1920s and 1930s, postcards would serve new purposes. They would celebrate peace, document ruins, and advertise the modern age of cinema, aviation, and automobiles. They would remain part of family life, though never again with quite the same innocence as before 1914. The golden age had ended, but a new chapter had begun. When the guns finally fell silent in November 1918, Europe lay shattered. Cities were scarred, economies strained, and families broken. Yet among the wreckage, life slowly resumed. Streets bustled again, shops reopened, and people longed for signs of normality. The postcard, cheap and familiar, once again slipped into everyday life. In the early 1920s, postcards often depicted ruins. Photographers captured bombed-out churches, cratered fields, and towns reduced to rubble. These images, sold as postcards, were both souvenirs and memorials. Visitors touring battlefields in France and Belgium bought them as reminders of sacrifice. Families of soldiers collected them as tokens of places where loved ones had fought and died. For a time, postcards served as silent gravestones, carrying the memory of the Great War even as the world tried to move forward. Tourism returns. By the mid-1920s, however, postcards began to brighten once again. Tourism revived as railways expanded, hotels reopened, and seaside resorts recovered. Families traveled to the Riviera, the Alps, and the English coast. American tourists flooded into Europe, curious to see both its scars and its splendors. Everywhere they went, postcards awaited them. Resorts printed cards showing beaches lined with striped tents. Alpine villages issued colorful scenes of snow-capped peaks. Cities displayed their restored landmarks proudly. Postcards had regained their role as souvenirs of leisure. A card mailed from Nice or Vienna or New York was proof of prosperity, health, and modernity. The rise of real photography. One of the most important changes of the interwar years was the rise of the real photographic postcard. While lithographed illustrations remained popular, advances in printing made it possible to mass-produce postcards directly from photographs. These cards offered realism unmatched by earlier designs. They showed streets as they truly were, with cars, trams, and pedestrians captured in detail. They depicted celebrities, athletes, and movie stars with lifelike clarity. They documented parades, fairs, and disasters almost as if the viewer stood there in person. In many ways, the photographic postcard anticipated modern photojournalism. It made news, events, and personalities visible to the masses in a format both affordable and collectible. The age of consumer culture. The 1920s and 1930s also saw postcards harnessed by the new world of advertising. Companies printed postcards for everything from soap and cigarettes to cars and radios. Cinemas distributed cards of Hollywood stars, Charlie Chaplin, Greta Garbo, Clark Gable, feeding the hunger for celebrity culture. Shops gave away advertising postcards as promotions. Customers mailed them to friends, turning private notes into mobile billboards. The postcard became not only a message and a memory but also a marketing tool woven into consumer life. The politics of the postcard. Yet beneath this glitter of modernity, politics darken the horizon. In Italy, Mussolini's regime produced postcards showing fascist rallies, parades of black shirts, and the Duce's stern profile. In Germany, the Nazi Party exploited postcards relentlessly after 1933. Hitler's speeches, swastika-draped stadiums, and military parades filled racks once reserved for scenic views. Soviet Russia, too, embraced the postcard as propaganda, showing workers, factories, and parades of youth under red banners. The postcard's accessibility made it a powerful political tool. A single image, sent thousands of times, reinforced ideology more effectively than a speech or poster. The aftermath of the Great War left deep scars on the landscape and in the hearts of millions. Postcards became part of the ritual of remembrance. Alongside photographs of ruined towns, publishers created series dedicated to cemeteries and memorials. In France and Belgium, cards showing rows of white crosses at Verdun or Ypres were sold to visitors. Families who could not travel themselves purchased these cards to honor fallen loved ones from afar. For them, the postcard was a symbolic pilgrimage. Some postcards paired images of memorials with patriotic verses or religious prayers. Others offered stark photographs of shattered villages left unrepaired, standing as silent witnesses to the war's devastation. In this way, postcards allowed entire nations to grieve, remember, and begin to rebuild. Airmail and the speed of flight. The interwar years were also the age of aviation. From the barnstorming stunts of the 1920s to the grand transatlantic flights of the 1930s, airplanes captured the world's imagination. Postcards celebrated this new era of flight. Publishers issued cards of biplanes soaring above fields, of zeppelins drifting majestically across skies, of sleek passenger aircraft landing at modern airports. Special airmail postcards marked milestones such as Charles Lindbergh's solo crossing of the Atlantic in 1927. For the first time, postcards themselves could travel by air. Although more expensive than regular mail, airmail represented speed and modernity. To receive a postcard stamped par avion was to touch the future. Jazz-age cities and modern life. The 1920s brought not only airplanes but also jazz, nightclubs, and skyscrapers. Postcards captured the mood of the modern city. In New York, publishers printed dazzling night views of Times Square ablaze with electric lights. In Paris, postcards showed crowded cafes, dancers at the Moulin Rouge, and the new Art Deco style of buildings. In Berlin, cards depicted the bustling Kurfürstentum, trams gliding past neon-lit cinemas. These urban postcards reflected the energy of the age. They were souvenirs not of ancient monuments or quiet countryside, but of speed, style, and nightlife. For many, they symbolized liberation after the hardships of war. Postcard collecting in the interwar years. While postcard collecting had reached fever pitch during the Golden Age, it did not disappear between the wars. Instead, it changed character. Albums from the 1920s often contained a mix of themes: war memorials, tourist resorts, celebrities, aviation feats, and advertising designs. Some collectors specialized in real photo cards, valuing them as more authentic than mass-printed lithographs. Others focused on novelty postcards, mechanical cards with moving parts, or humorous designs that folded into shapes. The collecting craze was less universal than before, but it remained a popular hobby. Clubs continued to meet, exhibitions were held, and rare series were traded across borders. In an era of economic depression, postcards offered an inexpensive way to own art, history, and connection. Everyday use. And through all this, postcards continued to serve their most basic function: quick, cheap communication. Families still sent cards for birthdays, holidays, or simple greetings. Businesses used them for reminders and advertising. Lovers exchanged sentimental cards. Children mailed humorous drawings to one another. Even as telephones spread, postcards retained their place in daily life. A phone call might reach someone instantly, but a postcard left a tangible trace, a picture, a signature, a memory that could be kept. The Great Depression of the 1930s cast a long shadow across the world. Factories closed, unemployment soared, and families struggled to make ends meet. Yet even in these years of hardship, postcards endured. For many, postcards were one of the few luxuries still affordable. A penny or two could purchase a brightly colored card, a small piece of beauty in difficult times. Sending a postcard to a distant friend was far cheaper than a long-distance telephone call, and for many, it was the only way to maintain contact across miles. Publishers adapted to the mood. Some produced humorous cards that poked fun at poverty or unemployment, offering a smile amid gloom. Others leaned on nostalgia, showing idyllic countryside scenes that contrasted with urban hardship. In this way, postcards became small comforts, reassuring their buyers that beauty, humor, and connection still existed. Escapism in ink and image. In hard times, postcards also became vehicles of escapism. Exotic scenes, palm trees, tropical beaches, faraway temples, filled racks in cities where few could afford to travel. These cards offered fantasy journeys for the price of a stamp. Humorous postcards flourished as well, filled with exaggerated cartoons of bumbling husbands, mischievous children, or absurd situations. For just a moment, the receiver could forget empty cupboards or jobless weeks. In their images, postcards offered both laughter and longing, laughter at life's small absurdities, longing for worlds beyond economic hardship. The age of cinema and celebrity. The 1920s and 1930s were also the golden age of film. From Hollywood to Berlin, Paris to London, cinema was the new cathedral of modern life. Postcards quickly reflected this cultural shift. Shops sold cards featuring the faces of Charlie Chaplin, Buster Keaton, Greta Garbo, Marlene Dietrich, Clark Gable, and countless others. Fans collected them eagerly, slipping them into albums or pinning them above beds. For many, a postcard was the closest thing to owning a piece of their idol. In Europe, film studios themselves issued promotional postcards of actors and actresses, often in glamorous poses. These were sent as fan mail, requested from studios, or purchased at cinemas. In this way, the postcard became tied to the star system, feeding the fascination with celebrity that defined the interwar years. Politics on paper. But while postcards entertained and consoled, they also served darker purposes. Political movements recognized the postcard's power as propaganda. In fascist Italy, Mussolini appeared on countless cards, reviewing troops, addressing crowds, or gazing sternly into the distance. Postcards of parades in Rome, with endless lines of black shirts, sought to convey power and discipline. In Nazi Germany, the postcard was harnessed to spread ideology. Cards showed Hitler in heroic poses, swastika banners draped across stadiums, and mass rallies at Nuremberg. Others carried images of the new autobahns, factories, and military equipment, symbols of progress under the regime. The Soviet Union also embraced postcards for propaganda. Workers with raised hammers, factories billowing smoke, children carrying red flags, All were issued as cards to spread the image of a socialist utopia. Even in democratic nations, postcards carried political weight. Election campaigns distributed cards with candidates' portraits and slogans. Governments used them for national celebrations, royal jubilees, and patriotic displays. The contrast of light and dark. Thus, by the late 1930s, postcards reflected a world of contrasts. On one side, they offered laughter, glamour, and escape, comedians, film stars, tropical beaches, sentimental greetings. On the other, they carried the heavy shadow of militarism, nationalism, and ideology. The same card racks that displayed Charlie Chaplin's smile might also hold a postcard of a marching army. The same mailbag that carried a humorous cartoon might also carry a card showing Hitler saluting from a balcony. Postcards mirrored their age, vibrant, modern, full of dreams and desires, yet increasingly shadowed by looming war. By the end of the 1930s, the postcard had once again woven itself into the daily fabric of life. It was there in every pocket, pinned to countless walls, slipped into family albums, and stacked in drawers across the world. It carried greetings from beaches, jokes from friends, portraits of celebrities, and the stern faces of leaders. It was a thing of paradox. At once ordinary and extraordinary, cheap yet treasured, playful yet political. A card bought for pennies might be tossed away after a glance, or it might be kept for decades, the last reminder of a loved one or a vanished place. Leisure and anxiety. For millions, postcards remained symbols of leisure. They showed families at seaside resorts, alpine climbers gazing at peaks, bustling city squares alive with taxis and trams. They reflected the optimism of modernity, airplanes, skyscrapers, radios, film stars. And yet, woven among these cheerful images were darker themes. Propaganda cards filled with parades, armies, and flags reminded people of rising tensions. Even as tourists snapped up colorful souvenirs in Vienna, Berlin, or Paris, storm clouds gathered overhead. An everyday ritual. By the late 1930s, sending a postcard was almost automatic, a ritual of travel and daily life. One bought cards at the station kiosk, wrote a few words in a cafe, and dropped them in a box. To travel without sending postcards was nearly unthinkable. This ordinariness gave postcards their strength. They were not lofty declarations but small gestures of presence. I was here. I thought of you. It was precisely this simplicity that allowed them to carry so much weight. Toward another war. But history was turning once again. The very regimes that had filled postcard racks with their images were preparing for conflict. In Germany, Hitler's face appeared on more cards than any actor or landscape. In Italy, Mussolini loomed over parades. In Japan, military strength was glorified in picture postcards of warships and aircraft. By 1939, the postcard stood at a crossroads. It was still a souvenir of leisure, a token of affection, a playful keepsake. But within months, it would again become something harsher, a messenger from battlefields, a tool of propaganda, a record of destruction. The interwar postcard had carried both dreams and fears. Now it would march with the world into its darkest hours. When Germany invaded Poland in September 1939, plunging the world into another global war, the postcard was once again enlisted into service. Just as it had been in the First World War, the humble card became a messenger, a weapon, and a witness. But this time, the scale was even greater. World War II mobilized not only soldiers but entire societies. Civilians, workers, prisoners, refugees, all were drawn into the conflict, and postcards touched them all. Propaganda on paper. No regime understood the power of imagery like Nazi Germany. From the moment Hitler rose to power in 1933, postcards had been central to Nazi propaganda. By the war years, they were ubiquitous. Cards showed Hitler's profile in heroic poses, often paired with slogans such as Ein Volk, Ein Reich, Ein Führer. Military victories were celebrated with postcards depicting tanks, planes, and soldiers advancing. Swastikas blazed across designs, reinforcing the regime's symbols in every household. These postcards were not optional souvenirs, they were deliberate tools of indoctrination, circulated widely to normalize Nazi ideology. Fascist Italy and Imperial Japan did the same. Mussolini appeared on countless postcards, as did Italian troops in Ethiopia or Albania. Japanese postcards celebrated naval victories, kamikaze pilots, and patriotic slogans written in bold calligraphy. The Allies countered with their own. British postcards mocked Hitler, portraying him in caricature. American cards carried patriotic messages, cartoons of Uncle Sam, and images of battleships bristling with guns. The Soviet Union distributed postcards of Stalin, red flags, and triumphant workers. Every nation recognized that a postcard was more than a message, it was a weapon of the mind. Field postcards and soldier communication. For soldiers on the front lines, postcards remained the most common form of personal communication. As in World War I, military authorities issued official field cards with limited options. I am well, I have received your letter, I will write when possible. These cards, often pre-printed, were censored and stamped with military seals. Their brevity was both their weakness and their strength. They told little, but they reassured families that a loved one was alive. In addition to official cards, soldiers often bought local postcards in occupied towns or battle zones. A German soldier in Paris might send home a postcard of the Eiffel Tower. An American GI in Italy might mail a view of Naples or Rome. These cards were souvenirs, but also proofs of presence, tokens that said, I was here. Prisoners of war and Red Cross postcards. Perhaps nowhere was the postcard more vital than among prisoners of war. The Geneva Convention and the International Red Cross arranged for POWs to send and receive postcards as their only sanctioned communication. A captured soldier might be allowed to write a postcard every few months, often limited to a few lines. I am well. Do not worry. Send food if possible. Families clung to these cards as lifelines, proof of survival in the face of silence. Red Cross postcards often bore neutral designs, stamped with official seals. They crossed borders and battle lines, passing through censorship offices in multiple countries before reaching their destinations. Though meager, these postcards sustained hope for millions. They were scraps of humanity in the machinery of imprisonment. Censorship and codes. As in the First World War, censorship was strict. Soldiers were forbidden to reveal troop movements, battle conditions, or morale. Every postcard passed through military censors, who blacked out forbidden words or simply destroyed cards deemed dangerous. But human ingenuity found ways around the rules. Soldiers sometimes used codes, mentioning the weather to indicate morale, or using nicknames to describe places. Families, too, learned to read between the lines. A single word, or the way something was phrased, could carry hidden meaning. Censors were not infallible, and many subtle messages slipped through. The emotional weight. Above all, postcards in World War II carried emotion. Unlike telegrams, which were cold and often terrifying, a telegram could mean a death notice. Postcards were personal. They bore handwriting, drawings, even lipstick marks. They were tangible pieces of loved ones, carried in pockets or tucked under pillows. For families separated by oceans, a postcard might be the only physical contact for years. For soldiers, a postcard from home could be a charm against despair. Some postcards became sacred. They were read and reread until the ink faded, folded until the edges wore thin. In barracks, in prison camps, in civilian shelters, these small cards bore the weight of survival. As German troops marched into Paris in 1940, they found postcard racks still standing in kiosks and cafes. Occupied cities continued to sell scenic postcards, now purchased by foreign soldiers as souvenirs. A German officer might buy a card of the Eiffel Tower or the Seine, scribbling home about the beauty of the city under occupation. In Warsaw, Prague, and Amsterdam, postcards became strange artifacts of domination. German publishers sometimes reissued local scenes with captions in German, rewriting the geography of occupied Europe through postcards. But postcards in occupied territories also carried quiet defiance. Civilians sometimes wrote messages that hinted at resistance, or chose images that expressed pride in their nation's culture, even under enemy rule. A postcard of Notre Dame in Paris, sent by a French civilian, could be a subtle declaration of endurance. The underground and resistance cards. In some cases, postcards themselves became tools of resistance. Underground presses produced secret postcards mocking occupiers or spreading coded slogans. Distribution was dangerous, but even a small card could carry defiance. In Poland, clandestine postcards depicted national symbols outlawed by the Germans. In France, resistance groups printed satirical caricatures of Hitler and his officers, slipping them into circulation. To send or possess such a card was an act of bravery, punishable by imprisonment or worse. Scarcity in black markets. As the war dragged on, paper shortages plagued all nations. Postcards, once cheap and plentiful, became harder to find. In some regions, civilians reused old cards, writing over faded images or cutting them into makeshift stationery. Collectors treasured wartime issues, and black markets emerged where rare propaganda or resistance cards fetched high prices. Soldiers, too, traded cards across fronts, swapping German designs for British or American ones. Postcards, once trivial, became valuable commodities in a world of scarcity. Photographic postcards of war. Photography had advanced since the First World War, and by the 1940s, photographic postcards became powerful records of the conflict. Publishers issued stark images, bombed-out streets in London after the Blitz, ruins in Rotterdam, or smiling soldiers in North Africa. Some postcards were official, sanitized by governments. Others were unofficial, printed by local photographers who documented destruction or daily life under war. These cards now serve historians as visual evidence, capturing scenes that letters alone could never convey. Yet censorship remained tight. Images of mass death or extreme suffering rarely appeared on official postcards. Instead, destruction was framed as heroic endurance or proof of enemy barbarity. Humor and resilience. Despite the horrors, humorous postcards persisted. British publishers produced cartoons mocking Hitler, Goebbels, and Mussolini. American cards joked about rationing, army life, and the absurdities of training camps. For civilians, humor was a shield. A postcard showing a man staring at an empty dinner plate, captioned "Thanks to rationing, I'll soon be thin," allowed a smile amid shortages. Soldiers sent comic sketches of army blunders to remind families that laughter had not disappeared entirely. This humor, sometimes crude, sometimes clever, was part of resilience. Even in a world of bombs and blackouts, postcards carried jokes, reminding people that humanity still flickered beneath the shadows. In Britain, as German bombs rained down on London, Coventry, and other cities, postcards captured both destruction and resilience. Photographic postcards of bombed streets were sold as proof of survival. Civilians mailed them to relatives abroad, turning ruin into testimony. We are still here. London stands. Publishers also produced patriotic cards bearing slogans like "Keep Calm and Carry On" or "Britain Can Take It." These postcards were more than souvenirs, they were morale builders. Small printed affirmations of endurance slipped into envelopes and sent across oceans. Humorous wartime cards also thrived in Britain. Cartoons of wardens, blackout blunders, or ration book jokes gave civilians a way to laugh at the absurdities of daily life under siege. The American home front. Across the Atlantic, American postcards reflected a different mood. Before Pearl Harbor, many cards emphasized neutrality, showing peaceful towns and slogans like "America First." After December 1941, however, postcards shifted dramatically. Factories, warships, and soldiers filled postcard racks. Patriotic designs showed flags, eagles, and by-war bond slogans. Hollywood even contributed. Postcards of stars in uniform, Clark Gable, James Stewart, blurred the line between entertainment and war effort. Americans also sent light-hearted camp postcards from training bases, joking about army food, endless drills, and life in the barracks. These cards reassured families that their sons were adjusting, even thriving, in uniform. The Soviet Union in wartime imagery. In the Soviet Union, postcards became instruments of propaganda and endurance. Artists created powerful designs of Red Army soldiers charging with bayonets, workers toiling in factories, women harvesting crops for the war effort. Many postcards carried slogans like "Death to the Fascist Invaders," or "For the Motherland." They were mailed to soldiers and civilians alike, blending art, politics, and morale. Unlike in Western nations, Soviet wartime postcards were less humorous and more solemn, reflecting the immense suffering of the Eastern Front. Yet even here, postcards connected families, though delays and censorship often meant weeks or months passed before messages arrived. Seasonal and holiday cards in wartime. Despite the hardships, seasonal postcards persisted. Soldiers mailed Christmas, New Year, and Easter cards to their families, often featuring patriotic designs: Santa Claus carrying war bonds, doves of peace flying over tanks, angels blessing soldiers. These cards blended old traditions with new realities. Families clung to them as tokens of hope, that holidays might still be celebrated, that loved ones might return. In some cases, handmade postcards replaced mass-produced ones. Prisoners of war, lacking supplies, drew or embroidered their own holiday greetings on scraps of card. These handmade cards, fragile and personal, became some of the most treasured wartime mementos. The Red Cross and humanitarian cards. Perhaps the most extraordinary postcard network of the war was facilitated by the International Red Cross. Neutral Switzerland became the hub of a massive exchange system, where postcards crossed borders that armies could not. Families in Britain might receive a postcard from a son imprisoned in Germany. Polish civilians deported to Siberia might send a card via the Red Cross to relatives in the West. Jews in internment camps sometimes managed to send brief cards before communication was cut off entirely. Though restricted and censored, these humanitarian postcards were lifelines. A single line, "Alive, healthy, thinking of you," was often the only news families received for years. Exile and diaspora communities. Postcards also linked communities in exile. Refugees in Britain, America, or Canada often wrote postcards to relatives left behind in occupied Europe. Immigrants in Argentina or Australia sent cards to reassure family members of safety overseas. For these communities, postcards were more than communication, they were proof of survival, proof of existence. The seeds of memory. By the final years of the war, postcards had become archives in real time. Families saved every card sent from sons at the front, every Red Cross card from a prisoner, every patriotic or humorous design. They knew, even then, that these small scraps of paper carried history. Albums filled with postcards became war diaries, preserving the voices of people who might not return. Long after the war, survivors would take out these albums and read again the faded words, "I am well. Do not worry." By 1945, as the war ground to its bitter end, postcards carried the marks of exhaustion. They had been sent from trenches, prison camps, factories, and bombed-out cities. They had been used as propaganda, as lifelines, as jokes, and as prayers. What they revealed most clearly was the endurance of the human need to connect. Even in the darkest years of the century, people reached for postcards, cheap, tangible, ordinary, to remind others that they lived, that they remembered, that they cared. The last messages of war. For many families, the postcards they received during the war became relics, often the last words of loved ones who never came home. A son's final card from North Africa, a father's last message from a POW camp, a daughter's note from occupied Paris, these fragile rectangles outlived the people who wrote them. Families kept them in drawers and albums, not only as correspondence but as memorials. They were read and reread, touched and wept over, long after victory had been declared. From propaganda to memory. The war also transformed postcards from propaganda tools into historical documents. What once had been designed to inspire loyalty or hatred now became evidence of the age: Nazi rallies, Soviet slogans, Allied humor, Japanese naval victories. With time, these images lost their immediate force but gained value as records. Today, historians study wartime postcards not for their slogans but for what they reveal about how ordinary people were taught to see the world, and how they resisted, joked, or endured. The end of an era. World War II marked the end of the postcard's second great trial by fire. Unlike the playful souvenirs of the 1900s, or the sentimental field cards of the First World War, World War II postcards carried heavier weight: global propaganda, mass imprisonment, genocide, resistance. They had proven once again their adaptability, capable of being both cheerful holiday greetings and grim wartime lifelines. Yet in doing so, they lost some of their innocence forever. Toward the post-war world. When peace finally returned in 1945, the postcard was not abandoned. Soldiers carried them home, families kept them in albums, and nations continued to print them. But the tone had shifted. In the post-war years, postcards would once again brighten with images of beaches, cities, and modern life. Yet behind every cheerful seaside view lay the memory of wartime postcards, censored, coded, or sent from prison camps. The postcard had survived war again, scarred but unbroken. And now, in the age of peace, it would need to reinvent itself once more. In the years immediately after 1945, Europe and Asia faced the monumental task of rebuilding. Cities lay in ruins, economies were shattered, and millions of people were displaced. Yet amid the rubble, postcards quickly reappeared. At first, many post-war postcards showed ruins, bombed churches, collapsed bridges, and streets of rubble. These images, mailed across the world, were both documents of devastation and testaments to survival. A card of a shattered Dresden church or a burned-out London neighborhood was not merely a souvenir, it was evidence, proof of endurance. Gradually, however, postcards shifted focus. As rebuilding gained pace, cards began to show not only ruins but also new construction. Bridges rose again, factories reopened, and cities rebuilt their squares. A postcard of a restored cathedral or a modern housing block became a symbol of recovery, mailed with pride by residents eager to show renewal. The return of tourism. By the 1950s, tourism surged once more. wartime rationing and restrictions gave way to new prosperity in many countries. Families traveled by car, train, and more, by airplane. Resorts reopened, and new destinations emerged. On Europe's Mediterranean coasts, beaches filled with holidaymakers from Britain, Germany, and Scandinavia. Postcards of sun-drenched Riviera towns or Greek islands were sent by the millions. In the United States, postcards celebrated the new era of highways, motels, and roadside attractions. Families driving along Route 66 bought cards showing neon-lit diners, giant statues, and modern gas stations. In Japan, postcards highlighted rebuilt cities like Tokyo, Osaka, and Hiroshima, no longer ruins, but thriving centers of commerce and culture. Tourism and postcards were inseparable. To travel without sending a postcard was almost unthinkable. The ritual of writing a few lines while sipping coffee by the seaside cafe, then dropping the card in a postbox, became part of the holiday itself. The rise of color photography. One of the most striking changes of the post-war years was the explosion of color photography. While earlier postcards had relied heavily on tinted lithographs or hand-colored images, by the 1950s, advances in printing made true photographic color postcards affordable. These cards dazzled with vivid blues of the sea, lush greens of forests, golden beaches, and neon-lit cityscapes. They were sharper, brighter, and more lifelike than any earlier postcard. For many families, postcards were the most colorful printed objects they owned, decorating kitchen walls and children's scrapbooks. The chrome postcard became iconic, glossy, bold, and unmistakably modern. Collectors today often speak of the 1950s and 1960s chrome era, when color postcards dominated racks worldwide. Postcards in the Cold War world. But postcards were not just souvenirs, they also reflected the politics of the Cold War. In the West, postcards celebrated consumer prosperity, shopping centers, automobiles, skyscrapers, airlines. A card from New York might show the Empire State Building glowing in the night, while a card from California showed surfers riding waves. In the Eastern Bloc, postcards often emphasized socialist achievements, new factories, heroic workers, cultural festivals. Soviet postcards depicted Moscow's rebuilt streets, parades in Red Square, or statues of Lenin. Tourists in Eastern Europe often found postcard racks filled with carefully curated images meant to project progress and strength. Even so, many Eastern Bloc postcards had a distinct aesthetic, simpler, more restrained, sometimes even bleak compared to their Western counterparts. Thus, the postcard became a small but telling artifact of Cold War culture, reflecting two competing visions of modern life. Consumer culture and everyday life. Post-war prosperity also meant an explosion of consumer goods, and postcards joined the flood. Companies printed advertising postcards for everything from washing machines to soft drinks. Airlines handed out postcards of their aircraft interiors. Gasoline companies issued postcards of highways, motels, and happy families on road trips. In America especially, postcards celebrated the age of abundance. A shiny diner, a motel pool, a new suburban shopping mall, all became postcard subjects. These cards were both souvenirs and advertisements, shaping how people saw modern life. In the late 1950s and 1960s, the dawn of the jet age transformed travel. Where once only the wealthy had traveled by ocean liner, now middle-class families boarded airplanes to cross oceans in hours instead of days. Postcards reflected this revolution. Airlines produced thousands of glossy cards showing their fleets, Pan Am's sleek Boeing 707s, TWA's red-striped jets, Japan Airlines' rising sun emblem. Travelers often wrote notes on airline-issued postcards during flights and mailed them immediately upon landing. Airports, too, became postcard subjects. New terminals in New York, London, Paris, and Tokyo were depicted as temples of modernity, gleaming with glass and steel. To send a postcard from an airport was to announce participation in a new, glamorous era of mobility. Cruise ships and motels. Alongside airplanes, cruise ships and motels defined post-war travel. Cruise postcards showed white ships cutting across blue seas, advertising leisure and luxury. Meanwhile, America's roadside motels, with neon signs and kidney-shaped pools, became postcard icons of their own. A family traveling along Route 66 or the newly built interstate highways might send postcards from each stop: St. Louis's Gateway Arch, the Grand Canyon, Las Vegas with its flashing lights. Each card became both a travel diary and proof of modern adventure. The ritual of the holiday postcard. By the 1950s, sending postcards had become a family ritual. Mothers bought stacks of cards at the beginning of a holiday, fathers filled them out over breakfast, and children added scribbled greetings. Postcards were mailed to relatives, neighbors, co-workers, even schoolteachers. The messages were rarely profound. Weather lovely, wish you were here. Children enjoying the sea. Arrived safely, hotel very comfortable. But the ritual itself mattered. To receive a holiday postcard was to share in someone's journey, however briefly. For many, these cards were pinned to mantelpieces or refrigerators, brightening homes with glimpses of faraway beaches and cities. Postcards in the age of television. By the 1950s, television was transforming mass culture. News, entertainment, and advertising flowed into living rooms nightly. One might think postcards would decline in such an age, but they did not. Instead, they adapted. Television stars appeared on postcards, just as film actors had before them. Fans collected cards of Lucille Ball, Elvis Presley, and the Beatles. Tourism postcards now depicted not only landscapes but also television towers, modern stadiums, and iconic roadside signs often seen on TV. Postcards complemented television. Where TV created shared cultural moments, postcards offered personal participation. A family who saw Disneyland on television might later send postcards from its gates, confirming that they, too, had entered the televised dream. Collecting in the post-war years. Collecting also thrived in the post-war decades. Children often began collections with postcards sent by relatives abroad. Albums filled with beaches, cityscapes, and exotic animals circulated among friends. Some specialized in topical collections, lighthouses, trains, ships, or famous buildings. Adults, too, pursued the hobby seriously. Clubs re-emerged, exhibitions were held, and rare cards, especially from the pre-war golden age, rose in value. At the same time, post-war collectors began valuing chrome postcards for their vivid colors and mid-century style. What had once been a craze was now a steady pastime, bridging generations. For many families, postcard albums became visual records of both travel and history. In the post-war decades, postcards also found a role in schools. Teachers used them as visual aids, passing around cards of foreign countries, landmarks, and wildlife. For children who had never traveled, postcards were miniature windows to the world. Geography lessons were enriched by postcards of the Eiffel Tower, the pyramids of Giza, or Mount Fuji. Science classes used animal postcards, whales, elephants, tigers, to spark curiosity. Children often swapped these cards, trading duplicates like treasures. This educational role reinforced the idea that postcards were not only souvenirs but also tools of knowledge, small, portable encyclopedias of color and image. Cold War soft power. As the Cold War intensified, postcards became instruments of soft power. In the West, postcards promoted abundance and modernity, bustling supermarkets, suburban neighborhoods, amusement parks, shiny automobiles. A card from California showing a supermarket with endless rows of goods contrasted sharply with the ration-bound economies of Eastern Europe. In the East, postcards depicted achievements of socialism, hydroelectric dams, new housing blocks, parades of youth brigades. Soviet postcards showed astronauts and cosmonauts, celebrating the space race as proof of socialist superiority. Tourists moving between East and West noticed these contrasts vividly. The postcard rack, innocently sitting in a station or hotel, became a subtle battlefield of ideology, each side presenting its world as the brighter, stronger, better future. Novelty and quirky postcards. Postcards were not always serious. The 1950s and 1960s were an age of novelty, and postcard publishers embraced it. Mechanical postcards with tabs and wheels revealed hidden images or moving parts. 3D lenticular postcards shimmered with depth, showing dolphins leaping or rockets blasting off. Comic postcards thrived, filled with cheeky humor, especially in British seaside resorts. Cartoons of sunburnt tourists, bumbling fathers, and cheeky double entendres became staples of holiday postcard racks. These novelty cards reflected a lighter side of post-war culture, blending humor and innovation. Mid-century modern style. The aesthetic of the 1950s and 1960s is now iconic: bold colors, geometric patterns, sleek architecture. Postcards became important carriers of this design language. Chrome postcards of Las Vegas neon, Miami motels with pastel facades, and futuristic airports embodied the optimism of the era. In Europe, postcards celebrated new housing estates, modernist town halls, and cultural centers. These images today serve as historical records of mid-century modernism, preserving the look and feel of an age that was confident in progress and style. Everyday life preserved. Finally, post-war postcards captured the ordinary: farmers in fields, schoolchildren in uniforms, suburban homes with tidy lawns. To their senders, these images seemed unremarkable, but for us they are invaluable records of daily life. They remind us that postcards were not only about famous landmarks or glamorous travel, they were also about documenting the small rhythms of existence, the overlooked details that shaped entire generations. By the close of the 1960s, the postcard had become a mirror of the post-war world. It captured ruins and reconstruction, family road trips and international flights, supermarkets and space rockets. No other medium blended the intimate with the public so effortlessly. A mother's quick note scribbled on the back of a chrome photograph of a neon motel, a child's message to a grandparent beneath the image of a Soviet cosmonaut, a businessman's line home on a card showing a glittering Tokyo skyline. A symbol of peace and progress. After 2 world wars, postcards in the 1950s and 1960s carried a tone of peace and possibility. They celebrated leisure, prosperity, and modernity. A postcard of a motel pool was more than a picture, it was proof that ordinary families could travel, relax, and enjoy a new standard of living. In Europe, postcards of rebuilt cathedrals and bustling boulevards testified to resilience. In America, cards of highways and diners reflected the age of the automobile. In Japan, postcards of neon-lit Ginza or Hiroshima Peace Park symbolized both recovery and renewal. The private and the public. The paradox of the postcard remained: its message was private, but its image was public. A father writing "Children send kisses" on the back of a Disneyland postcard shared both intimacy and spectacle. The postcard united the personal and the collective, the everyday and the monumental. In this way, it became a cultural thread across continents, carrying billions of small stories written in hurried hands, each attached to an image carefully chosen from a rack. A lasting record of mid-century life. Today, postcards from this era are treasured not only by collectors but by historians and designers. They preserve the look of mid-century modern motels, the optimism of the jet age, the humor of seaside cartoons, the pride of rebuilt cities. They are archives of an age that believed in progress, even while shadowed by Cold War fears. And most importantly, they show us how ordinary people saw their world, not through official documents or films, but through the cards they bought, wrote, and mailed in the course of daily life. Toward the boom of tourism. As the 1970s dawned, postcards stood on the edge of another transformation. Air travel would become more affordable, mass tourism would explode, and postcard racks in airports, resorts, and souvenir shops would overflow with glossy images. The humble postcard, once a field card in war and later a chrome souvenir of peacetime, was about to enter the age of global tourism, where it would flourish once more before the challenges of the digital world. By the 1970s, tourism had become a global industry. Air travel was no longer the preserve of the wealthy. Charter flights, package holidays, and affordable hotels opened new destinations to millions of middle-class travelers. Sunseekers from Britain flocked to Spain's Costa del Sol, Germans filled the beaches of Greece and Italy, and Americans explored Florida, California, and Hawaii. Resorts multiplied, and with them, postcard racks sprang up in airports, hotels, souvenir shops, and beachside kiosks. Postcards were no longer just tokens of travel, they were symbols of participation in a new mass experience. To buy and send postcards was part of the holiday itself, as natural as sunscreen and swimsuits. The style of the 70s and 80s. Postcards of this era developed a distinctive look. Glossy color photography dominated, often with exaggerated hues, seas impossibly blue, sands impossibly golden, skies forever cloudless. Photographers framed images to highlight leisure, umbrellas on crowded beaches, sparkling pools, neon city streets. One of the most iconic styles was the large letter postcard. Bold block letters spelling out the name of a city or region, greetings from Miami, California, Las Vegas, were filled with inset images of landmarks and attractions. These cards shouted their identity, embodying the bold, cheerful design of mid-century America and spreading globally. Other postcards leaned on kitsch charm, pastel sunsets, palm trees silhouetted against orange skies, couples clinking cocktails at resort bars. The era's aesthetic was unapologetically bright, optimistic, and sometimes garish, reflecting the mood of mass tourism itself. Rituals of sending. Holiday postcard writing in this period became almost ceremonial. Families would buy stacks of cards early in the trip and spend evenings in hotel rooms or cafes filling them out. Children were often tasked with signing their names or adding doodles. The messages were brief and formulaic. Weather wonderful, food delicious. Wish you were here. Hotel clean, sea warm. But the act of sending mattered as much as the words. A holiday was not complete until postcards had been written and mailed. In many resorts, post boxes overflowed with cards addressed to grandparents, co-workers, and neighbors. Everyone expected a token of the journey. To fail to send postcards was almost a breach of social etiquette. Novelty cards and humor. The 1970s and 1980s also saw the peak of novelty postcards. Saucy seaside humor thrived, especially in Britain. Cartoon postcards with cheeky jokes, double entendres, and exaggerated caricatures became fixtures of coastal towns. Oversized postcards offered panoramic views or comic exaggerations. 3D lenticular postcards gave depth and movement, making dolphins leap or women wink when tilted. Textured cards added sand, glitter, or fabric to images for a tactile twist. These novelty cards, sometimes crude, sometimes inventive, reflected the playful spirit of the holiday industry. They were often more about fun than scenery. Postcards as global business. By the late 20th century, postcards had become big business. International publishing companies printed millions of designs each year. Resorts tailored cards to their clientele, German-language greetings in Spain, English slogans in Greece, Japanese postcards in Hawaii. Theme parks like Disneyland and Disney World sold postcards of their castles, rides, and characters by the millions, turning the postcard into both souvenir and advertisement. Cruise lines did the same, distributing glossy postcards of their ships to passengers eager to share the experience. The postcard was no longer just a traveler's token, it was an industry in its own right, integral to tourism's economic engine. The first shadows of decline. Yet even amid this boom, the seeds of decline appeared. By the 1990s, telephones were common in hotels, and travelers increasingly called home rather than writing. Fax machines offered faster communication. And on the horizon, email was beginning to emerge. Still, in the 1970s and 1980s, postcards remained unchallenged as the primary way to share a holiday with those left behind. For one brief generation, they were at their peak, glossy, plentiful, humorous, and universal. The 1970s and 1980s saw postcard collecting evolve in new directions. The craze of the early 20th century was long past, but collectors still flourished, often with more specialized tastes. Some sought out chrome postcards of motels, gas stations, and diners, everyday Americana that would later become icons of mid-century nostalgia. Others focused on humorous seaside cards, assembling albums of cheeky cartoons. In Germany, collectors traded scenic postcards of alpine resorts, while in Japan, glossy cards of neon cityscapes became prized. For many children, the 1980s was the last generation to grow up with postcard albums as part of everyday life. Grandparents returning from holidays always brought cards, pen pals swapped postcards across countries, schools used postcards in geography classes. The collecting tradition was less feverish than before, but it remained deeply woven into family and cultural life. Cold War contrasts. Travel during the Cold War often revealed postcard contrasts. Western tourists who visited Eastern Bloc countries noticed stark differences in style. In Prague, Warsaw, or Moscow, postcards often depicted sober city views, grand statues of leaders, and parades. Colors were sometimes muted, designs plain, reflecting shortages in printing resources and ideological restraint. In contrast, Western postcard racks exploded with neon signs, bikinis on beaches, and Disney characters. Tourists often mailed these Eastern Bloc postcards home as curiosities, with notes marveling at the contrast. Some collectors deliberately sought East versus West pairs, a Las Vegas casino card beside a sober postcard of Lenin's tomb. The postcard became a subtle cultural battlefield, mirroring the larger ideological divide of the age. Pop culture on postcards. If the early 20th century had been dominated by scenic and humorous postcards, the late 20th century added pop culture in full force. Music groups like the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, Madonna, and Michael Jackson all appeared on postcards, sold in shops across Europe and America. Television shows, Dallas, Miami Vice, Doctor Who, spawned postcard sets that fans eagerly collected. Sports stars, from Pelé to Muhammad Ali, appeared on glossy cards, often issued as part of promotional campaigns. For teenagers, these postcards were less about travel and more about identity. Pinning a Madonna postcard to a bedroom wall was a way of declaring allegiance, much like a poster or record sleeve. Postcards as paper social media. In the 1980s, before email or instant messaging, postcards were the closest thing to social media. They were short, casual, public in a sense, since anyone handling them could read them, and often paired with a carefully chosen image. Like a Facebook status update or Instagram story today, the postcard said, "Here I am. Look where I went. I thought of you." Travelers used them to maintain friendships, coworkers expected them as polite souvenirs, and families relied on them to mark milestones. The postcard was proof of experience, of presence, of connection. Globalization and standardization. By the late 1980s, postcard design had also become increasingly standardized. International publishers dominated the market, and many cards looked similar across different countries. A beach in Spain, a beach in Florida, and a beach in Thailand might all be photographed and presented in nearly identical style: bright skies, turquoise seas, rows of umbrellas. This global sameness reflected the broader globalization of tourism. Travel agencies, airlines, and hotel chains promoted a universal vision of leisure, and postcards followed suit. And yet, even within this sameness, local quirks persisted: saucy humor in Britain, alpine pride in Switzerland, neon excess in Las Vegas, temples and lanterns in Japan. In Britain especially, the 1970s and 1980s were the golden age of the saucy seaside postcard. These were cartoon illustrations, often bawdy, featuring innuendo and slapstick. A plump holidaymaker in a too-small swimsuit, a waiter with a double entendre, a husband caught in an awkward situation. These jokes filled racks in Brighton, Blackpool, and countless coastal towns. They were cheap, light-hearted, and a little risque, and they became part of British holiday culture. Sending one to a friend or co-worker was almost a ritual of cheeky humor, a wink from the beach. Other countries had their own humor traditions. In France and Italy, comic postcards often leaned on caricatures of tourists themselves, sunburns, missed trains, and gluttonous meals. In America, oversized greetings from cards sometimes blended humor with spectacle, poking fun at cities while still celebrating them. Kitsch and escapism. The 1970s and 1980s also produced postcards that today feel unapologetically kitsch: sunset beaches with airbrushed skies, dolphins leaping in improbable arcs, couples in matching leisurewear sipping cocktails. At the time, these cards embodied escapism. To send or receive such a postcard was to participate in a fantasy of leisure, a promise of sunshine and relaxation, even if only for a week. Today, these cards are prized by collectors precisely for their kitsch aesthetic, representing the cultural optimism and garishness of the era. Booming destinations. The geography of postcards shifted as tourism expanded. Spain's Costa Brava and Costa del Sol became postcard factories, producing millions of cards for British, German, and Scandinavian tourists. Greece's islands, Rhodes, Crete, Santorini, filled racks with whitewashed villages and turquoise seas. In America, Florida postcards showed theme parks, beaches, and retirement resorts. Hawaii's glossy postcards blended tropical fantasy with tourist reality, showing hula dancers, volcanoes, and luau's. Airlines and travel agencies fueled these postcard flows, often distributing free cards to promote destinations. The postcard became part of the infrastructure of tourism itself. Disney and the theme park empire. No institution embraced postcards more enthusiastically than Disney. Disneyland in California, opened in 1955, and Disney World in Florida, opened in 1971, both sold postcards by the millions. Postcards showed Cinderella's castle, Main Street parades, rides like Space Mountain, and beloved characters. Families sent them home not only as souvenirs but as declarations: "We made it to the happiest place on earth." Other theme parks followed suit: Universal Studios, SeaWorld, Six Flags. Postcards became part of the branding, both advertisement and memento. The first digital shadows. By the late 1980s and 1990s, postcards began to face subtle competition. Hotels offered international phone booths, allowing travelers to call home directly. Fax machines enabled urgent communication. And in the 1990s, email began creeping into universities, offices, and eventually homes. For the first time, postcards' role as the fastest way to send casual news was challenged. Yet in these decades, postcards still thrived because they were tangible, visual, and embedded in holiday ritual. No phone call or fax could replace the colorful postcard pinned to a fridge door, or the cheerful note arriving by mail days after a holidaymaker's return. By the end of the 20th century, the postcard was everywhere. It sat in racks on every street corner in Paris, on every boardwalk in Florida, on every island in the Mediterranean. It was both the cheapest souvenir and the most universal, accessible to every traveler, from backpackers to cruise passengers. The postcard of the 1970s through the 1990s represented something larger than itself, the triumph of mass tourism. For the first time in history, millions of ordinary families could fly abroad, stay in hotels, swim in warm seas, and send proof of their journey home. The postcard was that proof, bright, colorful, inexpensive, and enduring. Humor, leisure, and ritual. In this era, postcards captured the full range of holiday emotion. They could be saucy jokes, making recipients chuckle in the office. They could be glossy landscapes, sparking envy in friends back home. They could be oversized greetings from cards, declaring pride in having visited a particular city or state. They were also rituals. Families on holiday gathered around tables to fill out stacks of postcards. Children proudly signed their names. Relatives at home waited for cards to arrive. To travel without sending postcards was nearly unthinkable. It was part of the rhythm of vacation itself. A global language of leisure. By the 1980s, postcards had become a global language. A card from Spain or Florida carried the same iconography: sun, sand, cocktails, leisure. A card from Disney, Tokyo, or Paris carried the same magic of fantasy and entertainment. Even in the Cold War divide, postcards converged. East and West alike used them to show off achievements, landscapes, and lifestyles. The details differed, but the medium was shared. The beginning of the end? Yet, as the 1990s drew to a close, postcards unknowingly stood on the brink of decline. Email was spreading, text messaging was emerging, and the internet was about to explode into everyday life. Soon, holidaymakers would begin sharing their journeys instantly, bypassing the long wait of the postcard. But in those final decades of the 20th century, the postcard was at its fullest strength: playful, kitsch, sentimental, and universal. It embodied the optimism of global travel, the humor of seaside towns, and the bright confidence of an age that believed leisure itself was a right. Toward a new era. When the new millennium dawned, postcards would face their most serious challenge yet: digital communication. But even as emails and photos sped instantly across the world, the postcard's tangible charm, the handwriting, the stamp, the chosen image, would not disappear overnight. The postcard of the 1970s, 1990s was both the peak of a tradition and the threshold of transformation. It was the last time the world sent postcards by the billions, before the internet rewrote how people shared their travels. At the turn of the millennium, postcards faced a crisis unlike any before. For over a century, they had been unrivaled as the cheapest, fastest way to send a quick message. But by the early 2000s, email had changed everything. Holidaymakers who once bought stacks of postcards began typing emails from hotel computers or internet cafes. Families who once expected a glossy card from Spain or Florida now received digital updates, often faster and cheaper. By the 2010s, smartphones and instant messaging accelerated the shift. A photo could be snapped, captioned, and sent worldwide in seconds. The postcard, once at the center of travel communication, became an afterthought. E-postcards and digital experiments. In the early 2000s, some companies tried to adapt. E-postcards, digital images emailed through websites, briefly became popular. Travelers could choose an image, type a message, and send it instantly. Some services even allowed tourists to upload their own photos and have them printed and mailed as physical postcards by a third-party company. These hybrid models showed ingenuity, but they never fully replaced the experience of buying, writing, and mailing a card. Many recipients found e-postcards impersonal, lacking the tactile quality of handwriting, stamps, and paper. Nostalgia and collectability. Paradoxically, as postcards declined as practical communication, they rose in value as nostalgia and collectibles. Collectors embraced the full history of postcards, from Victorian pioneers to mid-century chrome and kitsch. Online auction sites like eBay fueled a new global market. What once was bought for pennies now sold for dollars or even hundreds, depending on rarity and condition. The 2000s also saw postcards reinterpreted as retro charm. Gift shops and design stores began selling vintage-inspired cards not necessarily to be mailed, but to be pinned to walls, tucked into journals, or framed as art. Postcards as artistic medium. Even as mainstream use declined, artists rediscovered postcards as creative tools. Mail art movements, which had begun in the 1960s, flourished again in the digital age. Independent zine makers and illustrators produced limited edition postcards as part of their projects. Postcards offered artists a paradoxical medium, small, cheap, and disposable, yet capable of carrying powerful images and messages. In an era of overwhelming digital screens, the postcard's physicality became a statement. Post-crossing in global community. One of the most unexpected revivals came through the internet itself. In 2005, a project called Post-Crossing launched, connecting people around the world who still loved sending and receiving real postcards. Participants signed up, received an address, and mailed a postcard to a stranger. In return, they received a postcard from someone else, often from another continent. The project exploded in popularity, with millions of cards exchanged. It proved that even in the digital age, the joy of finding a handwritten card in the mailbox still held magic. The hybrid age of postcards. Today, postcards occupy a strange but resilient niche. They are no longer the dominant form of travel communication, but they survive as tourist souvenirs, still sold in airports, museums, and gift shops. Art objects, created by illustrators, photographers, and zine makers. Collector's items, traded online and at fairs. Personal tokens, cherished precisely because they are slower and rarer than digital messages. Where once postcards were everyday, now they are special, small acts of thoughtfulness in a world of instant communication. By the 2010s, postcards had found their fiercest rival in Instagram. The platform's blend of photography, brevity, and audience reach replicated nearly everything postcards had once done. Like postcards, Instagram paired image and message. A photo of a beach, a caption, "Wish you were here," and the instant distribution to friends and family. The difference was speed and scale. One tap sent the message to hundreds instead of one. Some called Instagram the postcard of the digital age. Yet, despite the similarity, the experience was different. A postcard was tangible, slow, deliberate. Instagram was fast, ephemeral, often forgotten within hours. The two formats revealed the tension between permanence and immediacy. Retro revivals in tourism. Curiously, even as digital platforms dominated, Many tourist destinations continued selling postcards. But they leaned into retro charm. Shops in New York, London, and Tokyo sold vintage-style postcards with bold 1950s lettering and nostalgic colors. Tourist boards sometimes reissued classic postcard designs as limited edition souvenirs. Travelers bought them less for mailing and more for collecting or scrapbooking. In this sense, postcards shifted from necessity to novelty. They were no longer required to communicate a trip, but they still offered joy as tangible artifacts of memory. The souvenir in the selfie era. Selfies and instant photo sharing changed tourism rituals. Where once a traveler mailed a postcard of the Eiffel Tower, now they posed in front of it and posted the image online within seconds. Yet postcards retained one key advantage: they could be given. A digital photo existed on a screen, but a postcard could be held, pinned, kept. Couples sent postcards as tokens of romance, families as gestures of tradition, and some travelers as a conscious rebellion against the impersonal flood of digital images. For grandparents or older relatives without smartphones, postcards remained essential. Receiving a handwritten card from a grandchild traveling abroad carried an intimacy that no WhatsApp message could match. Eco-conscious and artisan postcards. The 2010s also saw a revival of handcrafted, eco-friendly postcards. Independent artists printed small runs on recycled paper, often sold at local markets. Travelers bought them not as disposable notes, but as keepsakes. In some cases, the postcards were never mailed, they were collected, displayed, or used as bookmarks. The act of buying and sharing them shifted from communication to culture. This artisan revival paralleled the rise of vinyl records and film photography, old technologies reborn as artistic statements. Postcards in education and memory projects. Even in the digital age, postcards retain roles in education and history. Teachers use them to teach handwriting, geography, and art. Museums curated postcard archives, showing them as cultural artifacts of past centuries. Memory projects also flourished. Holocaust memorials displayed postcards written by victims and survivors. Local history groups collected postcards as visual records of towns and neighborhoods. In this way, postcards became less about immediate communication and more about heritage, proof of how ordinary people once saw and shared their world. The Internet, which helped kill the postcard's practical role, also gave it a second life as a collectible. By the early 2000s, sites like eBay and Delcamp allowed collectors worldwide to buy and sell rare postcards. A card once sold at a seaside kiosk for pennies could now fetch hundreds if it depicted a vanished street, a rare printing error, or a famous historical moment. Niche communities flourished. Some collected Chrome Motel postcards of the 1960s, others Edwardian comic cards, others propaganda postcards from the wars. Etsy shops offered curated bundles of vintage postcards, bought as much for aesthetic as for philately. Collecting, once limited to local clubs, became global, allowing enthusiasts to trade across continents with ease. Mail art and DIY culture. Meanwhile, artists rediscovered postcards as tools of creativity. The mail art movement, which began in the 1960s, experienced a revival. Artists created handmade postcards, collages, painted cards, stitched designs, and mailed them to one another as acts of exchange. DIY zine culture also embraced postcards. Independent publishers included postcards in small press runs, treating them as both artwork and communication. Some zine makers launched postcard series, collectible in the same way as trading cards. In these contexts, postcards were no longer mere souvenirs, they were platforms of personal expression, a rebellion against the slick uniformity of digital images. Postcards in politics and protest. Postcards also found a role in activism. Organizations distributed them for campaigns, urging people to mail pre-printed protest postcards to politicians, or using postcards as canvases for awareness art. Some protest movements even designed postcards as art for resistance, with bold graphics and slogans meant to be mailed, shared, or pinned to walls. For example, postcards opposing war, climate change, or social injustice circulated as inexpensive, portable protest tools. In this way, the postcard's accessibility, cheap, visual, and easy to distribute, kept it relevant in political and cultural struggles. Diasporas and migrant communities. Postcards also continued to flow within global migrant communities. Workers abroad often sent postcards back home to show proof of life in distant cities, Dubai skyscrapers, London buses, New York skylines. For families separated by continents, postcards remain symbolic tokens. Unlike an email, a postcard could be kept in a box, read again and again, touched and held. They became artifacts of migration stories, evidence of journeys, and connections across distance. The tactile power of paper. Ultimately, what has allowed postcards to survive into the digital age is their materiality. Screens may deliver images instantly, but they leave no trace once turned off. A postcard, however, endures. The handwriting of a loved one, the stamp from a faraway place, the crease from a journey across oceans, these qualities make postcards irreplaceable. They are small enough to fit in a pocket yet strong enough to carry memory across decades. In an era of endless scrolling, the postcard offers slowness, presence, and permanence. By the 2020s, the postcard no longer competed with digital communication, it occupied a different universe. Instagram, WhatsApp, and TikTok carried images across the globe instantly, while postcards plodded along at the pace of postal systems. And yet, this very slowness became their value. To receive a postcard in the age of screens was to receive a gift of time. Someone had paused to select an image, write by hand, find a stamp, and post it. That pause, deliberate and thoughtful, gave the postcard a weight far beyond its small size. From necessity to gesture. Once, postcards had been necessary, the cheapest, fastest way to send a quick message. Today, they are gestures, chosen precisely because they are unnecessary. A traveler who could text a photo in seconds instead mails a postcard because it means more, not less. The postcard has become an act of care, a way of saying, I wanted you to have something you could hold, something that would last. The persistence of nostalgia. Nostalgia sustains the modern postcard. Vintage reprints fill museum shops. Collectors hunt for forgotten bundles at flea markets. Families rediscover albums of seaside cards from the 1970s and laugh at the kitsch. Even new postcards often lean into retro aesthetics, bold greetings from lettering, sepia-tone photos, designs echoing mid-century styles. They are purchased as much for memory as for message. Postcards as archives. More than ever, postcards are recognized as archives. Libraries digitize historic collections, historians use postcards to study cities, landscapes, and cultural attitudes of the past. What once was ephemeral has become invaluable evidence. In this sense, the decline of everyday postcard use has paradoxically strengthened their role as historical documents. They survive less as casual notes, more as curated memory. Toward history and memory. The story of the postcard in the digital age is not one of disappearance but of transformation. No longer a mass medium of communication, it has become something rarer, more symbolic, art object, collector's item, protest tool, nostalgic souvenir. It endures precisely because it is different from digital media, slower, smaller, tactile, personal. And so, as we turn to the next chapter, we look not at the postcard's decline but at its second life, as history itself. For in archives and albums, in flea markets and museums, postcards now speak as voices of the past, whispering the everyday lives of generations gone by. When the first postcards appeared in the 19th century, few imagined they would become permanent. They were designed to be ephemeral, quick notes, soon discarded. And yet, millions survived. Families kept them in shoeboxes, collectors glued them into albums, and archivists saved them in libraries. Today, postcards are studied as historical sources. They preserve details of cities, landscapes, fashions, and attitudes long vanished. A postcard of a 1900s Paris street shows shop signs, tram lines, and clothing that photographs and newspapers often ignored. A postcard of a seaside resort in the 1950s captures the look of umbrellas, deck chairs, and holiday outfits better than most official records. Ephemeral at birth, postcards have become archives of memory. Cities preserved in ink and image. For urban historians, postcards are invaluable. Cities are always changing, buildings demolished, streets renamed, skylines transformed. Postcards freeze moments otherwise lost. Consider Berlin. Postcards from the 1920s show cabarets, neon lights, and avant-garde architecture erased by war. Or New York, postcards of vanished neighborhoods, old baseball stadiums, and subway entrances document what was ordinary but is now priceless history. Even the backs of postcards matter. Handwritten notes reveal how people experienced cities. The streets here are so noisy, hotel too expensive but view wonderful. These fragments give historians glimpses into everyday lives often absent from official accounts. Political and social evidence. Postcards also provide evidence of political climates. Propaganda postcards from World War I and II reveal how governments wanted their people to see the world. Soviet postcards of parades, Nazi postcards of rallies, American cards of battleships, all show not just events but the visual language of ideology. Similarly, postcards of colonial empires, depicting exotic peoples and landscapes, expose attitudes of power and prejudice. What was once mailed casually is now studied critically, showing how imagery reinforced stereotypes and justified domination. Family memory and nostalgia. Beyond archives and politics, postcards carry the weight of family memory. Albums inherited from grandparents often contain stacks of cards, seaside holidays, wartime field cards, trips abroad. These collections are not just paper, they are family narratives. A child's handwriting scrawled on a 1970s beach postcard, a soldier's neat script on a 1917 field card, a lover's flourish on a romantic card, all freeze voices long silenced. Families often keep postcards precisely because they hold both handwriting and image, connecting the sender's presence with the place they once stood. For many, discovering a family postcard album is discovering a time capsule, evidence of how earlier generations traveled, laughed, endured, and loved. The postcard is frozen time. Perhaps the greatest historical power of postcards is their ability to freeze time. Unlike diaries or newspapers, postcards are visual snapshots. They show places as they were, often in color, and pair them with the voices of ordinary people. A postcard is both personal and public, mass-produced yet individually inscribed. It reveals not only how the world looked, but how people shared that world with others. Collectors as accidental historians. For more than a century, postcard collectors, often dismissed as hobbyists, were quietly preserving history. Their albums became archives of images that would otherwise have vanished. A collector in 1905 who pasted postcards of trains into an album unknowingly preserved details of locomotives, railway stations, and uniforms that now fascinate transport historians. A collector in the 1930s who focused on seaside resorts captured fashions, architecture, and leisure practices no textbook bothered to record. Today, historians frequently consult private collections. The careful labeling of collectors, dates, places, themes, has transformed once dismissed postcard albums into critical historical resources. Museums and archives. Museums and national libraries increasingly recognize postcards as cultural heritage. The British Library holds millions, documenting every era of postcard design. The Library of Congress preserves postcards of American towns, landscapes, and wartime propaganda. Local archives are equally important. A small-town historical society might hold postcards showing streets and shops before urban renewal, giving residents a glimpse of a world their grandparents knew. Digital projects now scan and upload postcards, making them accessible worldwide. Thousands of images, once hidden in albums, are now searchable archives, allowing researchers to compare, analyze, and reconstruct lost worlds. Forgotten voices preserved. One of the most powerful roles of postcards is how they preserve voices otherwise erased from history. Official documents usually record the powerful, politicians, generals, business leaders. Postcards record ordinary people. A factory worker writing to her sister about the new machines she saw on a postcard of Paris. A nurse sending a postcard to her parents during the Spanish flu epidemic. An immigrant child writing broken English on a postcard from New York's Lower East Side. These scraps of handwriting are rare testimonies of everyday lives, often the only surviving words of people who never wrote books or appeared in newspapers. Women in the postcard. Postcards were particularly significant for women. In eras when women's voices were excluded from public debate, postcards offered a socially acceptable way to write, share, and collect. Women sent postcards to friends, exchanged them as tokens of affection, and built vast albums. Some even engaged in postcard pen pal networks, forging friendships across continents. Their preserved albums now reveal not only images but also female social networks often invisible in other records. Migrants and diasporas. For migrants, postcards served as bridges between worlds. An Italian worker in Argentina might send a postcard of Buenos Aires back to Naples. A Chinese laborer in San Francisco might mail a card showing Golden Gate Park to family in Guangdong. These cards, sometimes the only contact for years, became family treasures. They froze moments of migration, showing both pride in the new world and longing for the old. Historians now study such postcards as vital records of migration history. They show not only where people went, but how they represented their journeys to those left behind. Emotional evidence. Finally, postcards serve as emotional evidence. Their brevity, just a few lines, forces writers to compress feelings into small spaces. The urgency of all well. Do not worry, or the tenderness of wish you were here beside me, carries a power no lengthy letter can match. Museums increasingly display postcards not only for their images but for their inscriptions. Visitors often find themselves moved less by the pictures than by the handwriting, the voices of strangers reaching across time. Historians often describe postcards as accidental photographs of history. Unlike official photography, which was curated and expensive, postcards were mass-produced and aimed at everyday consumers. That made them more democratic and more revealing. A postcard of a street in 1910 shows more than just a landmark. It shows the shops, the advertisements, the style of hats, the types of wagons and early cars. A postcard of a fairground reveals banners, games, and crowds otherwise forgotten. For scholars, these details matter. They reconstruct economies, cultures, and fashions from what was once casual ephemera. In some cases, postcards are the only surviving visual record of buildings or neighborhoods since destroyed. Teaching with postcards. Postcards have also become tools for teaching. In classrooms, they bring history alive, especially for younger students. A black and white postcard of a factory interior can spark questions about working conditions. A wartime postcard can illustrate propaganda better than abstract explanations. Teachers use postcards to show how people once communicated, what they valued, and how they saw their world. Students often react with fascination, realizing that these small cards are the social media posts of the past. The postcard is witness to trauma. Postcards also record darker chapters of history. Disaster postcards, fires, earthquakes, shipwrecks, were once common. Crowds mailed them as morbid souvenirs. Today, they provide stark evidence of how societies responded to catastrophe. Wartime postcards, too, are sobering witnesses. A soldier's hurried scrawl from the front lines, a POW's censored card, or a civilian's postcard from a bombed city carries emotional weight unmatched by official documents. Colonial postcards reveal the politics of empire. Produced to show off exotic colonies, they often depicted people in stereotyped or demeaning ways. Today, these postcards are studied critically, exposing how imagery reinforced colonial ideologies. They are uncomfortable, but essential evidence of prejudice and power. Oral history in postcards. In oral history projects, postcards often serve as prompts. Interviewers show participants old postcards of towns or neighborhoods, sparking memories. "I used to walk past that shop every day. My father worked in that factory." The image becomes a doorway to lived experience. Combined with oral testimony, postcards enrich the historical record, anchoring memory to place and time. Postcards as personal monuments. In families, postcards often serve as personal monuments. A grandmother's wartime card, a father's holiday postcard, a child's first note to a teacher, all are kept not for the image, but for the handwriting, the trace of presence. Unlike digital communication, postcards endure. They yellow, crease, and fade, but they remain, carried through generations. They are, in the end, tangible fragments of lives otherwise gone. For more than a century, postcards have traveled the globe as humble carriers of news, affection, and amusement. But in the long run, their greatest gift may be memory. They preserve not only how the world looked, but how ordinary people shared that world with each other. From communication to history. In their prime, postcards were quick, disposable messages. Few writers imagined their notes would outlast them. Yet today, historians and families alike treasure those same scraps of paper as archives. They reveal what official records often omit: the voices of children, workers, migrants, women, and soldiers. A postcard is never just an image, it is an experience. The picture shows the place, the handwriting shows the person. Together, they freeze a moment otherwise lost. Archives of everyday life. Unlike monuments or state archives, postcards preserve the everyday. They show markets, train stations, beaches, cinemas, ordinary places that mattered deeply to the people who lived among them. They capture not only triumphs and disasters but also small joys: a sunny day at the coast, a joke shared between friends, a child's proud first note home. For this reason, postcards are increasingly recognized as one of the richest sources of history from below. They remind us that history is not only battles and treaties, but also laughter, longing, and leisure. Tangible memory. In an age of digital communication, the survival of postcards feels almost miraculous. Unlike emails or texts, they can be held, pinned, and kept across decades. They carry the trace of the hand that wrote them, the weight of the journey they traveled. To hold a century-old postcard is to touch both the world it shows and the person who sent it. Few artifacts carry memory with such intimacy. Toward the future. As we move forward, postcards are less about communication and more about commemoration. They are studied, collected, and displayed as archives of memory. And yet, they are not entirely gone. They still appear in shops, still travel through mailboxes, still spark joy when received. The story of the postcard as history is a story of survival. What began as trivial ephemera has become testimony. And as we turn to the final part of this journey, we ask, what future remains for the postcard in a digital age? Will it vanish at last, or will it endure as a symbol of slowness, memory, and connection? Every age has declared the postcard doomed. In the 1920s, newspapers predicted it would be replaced by the telephone. In the 1950s, critics said television would render it obsolete. In the 1990s, email was thought to be the final blow. And yet, postcards remain. The future of the postcard in the 21st century rests not in competition with digital media, but in difference. Postcards will not win on speed, efficiency, or scale. They may survive precisely because they are slow, tangible, and rare. Postcards as luxury. Already, postcards are shifting toward luxury and artistry. Many are printed on heavy, textured paper, sold in boutique shops or museum gift stores. These cards are not for mass communication but for deliberate gestures, a way of saying, I took the time to send this. As instant communication becomes overwhelming, the slowness of postcards gains symbolic value. A handwritten card may be seen as more intimate than 100 WhatsApp messages. In this sense, postcards are evolving into a luxury form of communication. The artistic future. Artists continue to reinvent the postcard. Contemporary illustrators release limited edition postcard sets, often more collectible than usable. Photographers create postcard series as small format art. Postcards appear in gallery exhibitions, sometimes framed as artworks in themselves. Mail art, revived in the digital age, positions the postcard as a democratic art form, cheap, small, but powerful. For some artists, sending a postcard is performance, a way of connecting strangers across the globe. Hybrid futures, the digital-physical link. Technology has also created hybrid futures for the postcard. Apps now allow travelers to upload a smartphone photo, type a message, and have a company print and mail it as a real postcard. Augmented reality postcards have been tested, where scanning an image with a phone reveals an animation or video. In these cases, the postcard is less about necessity than novelty, a tangible anchor to digital worlds. Postcards in a post-digital age? Some cultural critics argue we are entering a post-digital age, where people seek escape from constant screens. Vinyl records, Polaroid cameras, and handwritten journals are resurging precisely because they contrast with digital abundance. Postcards may follow the same path, no longer everyday tools, but cherished antidotes to digital overload. Why the postcard still matters. Ultimately, the postcard's future depends on what it represents. It is no longer needed for communication, but it is needed for connection. It is a symbol of thoughtfulness, of effort, of presence. Even if sent less frequently, postcards may matter more in the future because they are rare. To receive one will be unusual, and therefore precious. The future postcard may not look like the mass-printed chrome cards of the 1960s, but it will endure as long as humans value memory, touch, and tangible traces of each other's lives. Postcards in education today. Though smartphones dominate classrooms, postcards are quietly returning as teaching tools. Teachers use them to connect students to geography, art, and writing. Geography lessons with postcards help students travel without leaving the classroom. A card from Rome or Tokyo becomes a launch point for lessons about culture and history. Art lessons use postcards as canvases for creativity. Children design their own, learning about composition and communication. Writing exercises ask students to craft short but meaningful messages within postcard space, sharpening concise expression in ways digital texting does not. In an ironic twist, the postcard, once viewed as trivial, is now recognized as an effective teaching medium. Eco-friendly futures. Environmental consciousness is also shaping the postcard's survival. Many publishers now print on recycled paper, using vegetable-based inks. Some tourist shops proudly market green postcards as eco-souvenirs, aligning with broader sustainable travel trends. There are even seed postcards, embedded with wildflower seeds so that after reading, recipients can plant them in soil and watch them grow. This fusion of tradition and sustainability reimagines the postcard as both message and ecological gesture. Collectibles and investment. The collectible postcard market shows no signs of decline. Rare cards of vanished landmarks or culturally significant images often fetch hundreds or thousands at auction. Collectors increasingly treat postcards as cultural investments. A mint-condition card of the Titanic mailed days before its sinking, a signed postcard of a famous artist, or a rare propaganda card from wartime can command extraordinary value. But even beyond financial worth, postcards hold emotional investment. Families treasure inherited albums, which cannot be priced. Collectors speak of postcards as time machines, affordable windows into the past. Postcards as memory gifts. In modern life, postcards are also used in rituals of memory. Weddings sometimes feature postcards for guests to sign as keepsakes for the couple. Travelers create postcard diaries, mailing themselves cards from each stop and later binding them into albums. Birthdays, anniversaries, and memorials also use postcards as tokens. Unlike a text message, a postcard can be placed in a drawer, rediscovered years later, and relive a moment. This role, as a small but enduring memory gift, may sustain the postcard even when ordinary communication no longer needs it. Heritage tourism objects. Finally, postcards remain integral to heritage tourism. Museums, historic houses, and cultural sites often sell postcards not just as souvenirs but as extensions of their mission. A postcard of an old castle, a vintage advertisement reprinted in a gallery shop, or an image of an iconic artifact allows visitors to carry a fragment of history home. In this sense, the postcard's survival is linked to heritage itself. As long as people visit historical sites, postcards will remain as mementos. The pandemic temporarily collapsed tourism, and with it, postcard sales. Gift shops closed, airports emptied, and postal services slowed. For a moment, it seemed postcards might vanish entirely. Yet when travel resumed, postcards returned with unexpected strength. Travelers, deprived of movement for years, sought tangible souvenirs more than ever. Buying and mailing a postcard felt like reclaiming a ritual of presence, of proof, I was here, and now I can share it with you. In this sense, postcards benefited from the hunger for physical memory after a period of isolation. They reminded people that travel is not just about images, but about tangible traces. Digital, physical hybrids. The 2020s have also seen a blending of postcards and technology. Some publishers print cards with QR codes linking to videos or maps. Augmented reality postcards allow viewers to scan the image with a phone and see a 3D animation. Apps like TouchNote and My Postcard let users snap a smartphone photo, type a message, and have it mailed as a real postcard anywhere in the world. These services merge digital convenience with physical charm. While these hybrids are niche, they show that postcards can adapt, linking old rituals with new tools. Diasporas and cross-generational links. Postcards still flow strongly within diasporas. Migrant workers in the Middle East send postcards of Dubai or Doha home to South Asia. Filipinos abroad mail cards to families in Manila. Latin American communities in the U.S. send cards back to small villages. For older generations without smartphones, postcards remain a lifeline. For younger generations, they are tokens of respect and tradition, carrying handwriting that no text message can replace. Thus, postcards endure not only as souvenirs but as cultural bridges across generations and continents. Postcards in art, fashion, and design. In contemporary culture, postcards increasingly appear in art, fashion, and design. Designers use vintage postcards in mood boards. Fashion brands incorporate postcard prints into clothing. Photographers issue postcard sets as affordable art editions. Postcards are also displayed in galleries as historical objects, often framed like photographs. In some exhibitions, visitors are even invited to write and send postcards as part of the experience, turning the gallery into a global communication hub. This blending of art, commerce, and memory suggests that postcards have a future not only in tourism but also in creative industries. The power of the unnecessary. Perhaps the strongest argument for the postcard's survival is that it has become unnecessary. In a world where everything is instant, the postcard's slowness and effort are what make it meaningful. To send a postcard today is not about efficiency, it is about care. It says, "I thought of you not in a second, but in a moment that required choice, effort, and time." This shift, from necessity to gesture, may ensure postcards endure. They will never again be produced in billions as in the 20th century, but they will survive as symbols of presence, memory, and thoughtfulness. As we stand in the 21st century, the postcard is no longer the mass medium it once was. It does not dominate communication, nor does it compete with instant digital sharing. Instead, it has shifted into a quieter but perhaps more meaningful role. The postcard as deliberate gesture. What once was ordinary is now extraordinary. 100 years ago, everyone sent postcards. Today, almost no one does. That rarity gives them weight. To receive a postcard in an age of emails and texts is to receive proof of effort, patience, and care. The postcard has become a deliberate act, not the fastest way, but the most thoughtful way to send a message. The tangible in a virtual world. The future will almost certainly be more digital, holograms, augmented reality, artificial intelligence. But in such a world, the tangible grows more precious. The creased edges, the faded ink, the stamp licked and pressed by a sender's hand, these small imperfections make postcards human in a way digital images can never be. Paradoxically, the more the world embraces the virtual, the more enduring postcards may become as anchors to the physical. A future of memory, not necessity. The future of the postcard is not about necessity. It is about memory. They will survive as souvenirs, collectibles, artworks, teaching tools, and gifts of presence. They will not be everywhere, but they will be somewhere, on a gallery wall, in a flea market, tucked in a family album, or waiting in a mailbox to surprise a loved one. Their role will be smaller, but their meaning will be greater. The postcard's enduring lesson. Perhaps the lesson of the postcard is not about paper and ink at all, but about how humans long to connect. For more than a century, postcards allowed people to say, "I was here. I thought of you." That need has not vanished. It has only changed its form. Whether sent from a seaside town in 1905 or printed from a smartphone app in 2025, the essence is the same, the wish to bridge distance with presence. Toward the next chapter. The postcard is not dead. It is transformed. It has left behind the age of billions, but it enters the future as a symbol of memory, touch, and care. And so, in looking ahead, we realize that the story of the postcard is not only about communication, it is about culture, history, and humanity itself. Which leads us naturally to our next chapter, how postcards, across their entire history, have not only traveled the world but preserved it, becoming windows into memory and identity far beyond their original intent. Every postcard is a story. Though only a few inches wide, it carries both image and message, and together they form a compressed narrative. The front tells one story: the city skyline, the beach, the battlefield, the cathedral. The back tells another: we arrived safely, wish you were here, the heat is unbearable. Combined, the postcard becomes a dialogue between place and person. Unlike photographs alone, postcards always involve intention. A tourist chooses one image out of hundreds, writes a message, and sends it to someone specific. That choice is storytelling. It says, "This is what I want you to know about my journey, this is what I want you to picture." Cultural exchange through the mail. Postcards became one of the most widespread forms of cultural exchange in the 20th century. A child in Kansas might receive a postcard of the Eiffel Tower from a traveling aunt. A farmer in Poland might receive a card of New York's skyscrapers from a cousin who emigrated. A student in India might collect postcards from pen pals in Britain or Japan. Through these images, people learned about distant places they might never visit. For many, postcards were their first visual encounter with the pyramids of Egypt, the canals of Venice, or the neon lights of Tokyo. This exchange of imagery shaped global imagination. Postcards democratized travel by sharing its sights even with those who stayed home. The imagination of place. Cities and nations were often imagined more through postcards than through direct experience. Paris became the Eiffel Tower and the Seine. New York became the Statue of Liberty in Times Square, Cairo became pyramids and camels, Rio de Janeiro became beaches and Christ the Redeemer. These images, repeated across millions of postcards, built archetypes of place. They reduced cities to icons, but they also gave them universal recognition. Even people who never left their hometown could picture Rome or London because of postcards. Postcards thus shaped not only tourism but cultural identity itself. The ordinary traveler as storyteller. One of the most remarkable aspects of postcards is how they made every traveler into a storyteller. In the past, only elites published travelogues. With postcards, a factory worker or schoolteacher could write about their trip and send it worldwide. These were not polished accounts. They were fragments: food expensive but delicious, climbed all those stairs, exhausted, children loved the carousel. Yet collectively, these fragments created a vast unofficial literature of travel. They recorded not only sights but feelings: excitement, fatigue, humor, longing. In doing so, postcards gave ordinary people a voice in shaping how places were remembered. Myth-making and global identity. Postcards also played a myth-making role. They simplified places into idealized versions of themselves: sunny beaches without storms, monuments without crowds, smiling locals without hardship. Tourists mailed these myths back home, reinforcing images of countries as romantic, exotic, or picturesque. These myths influenced how destinations were marketed and even how nations presented themselves. In this way, postcards were not neutral, they were active participants in shaping global identity. They told stories of beauty, wonder, and leisure, while often leaving out poverty, conflict, or complexity. Yet even in their simplification, postcards connected billions of people to a shared visual imagination of the world. Governments quickly recognized the narrative power of postcards. During wars and revolutions, postcards became miniature propaganda posters, slipping into homes and hands across the world. In World War I, postcards showed heroic soldiers, demonized enemies, and patriotic slogans. Each one was a story of national destiny. In the Soviet Union, postcards depicted tractors, dams, and cosmonauts, telling the story of socialist progress. In Nazi Germany, postcards of parades, eagles, and swastikas presented a story of unity and power. In the U.S., postcards of skyscrapers, highways, and consumer abundance told a story of modernity and prosperity. Each card was more than decoration, it was narrative propaganda, telling citizens and foreigners alike how to see a nation. Pen pals and cross-cultural exchange. Beyond politics, postcards became instruments of friendship across borders. From the late 19th century through the 20th, children and adults alike joined pen pal clubs. Many exchanged not only letters but postcards. These postcards were windows into each other's lives. A girl in Tokyo might send a postcard of cherry blossoms to a boy in Chicago, while he sent back a postcard of the Sears Tower. Through these exchanges, young people learned about other cultures not through textbooks but through chosen images and handwritten notes. Such postcards told stories of connection, shrinking the world by bringing strangers into personal contact. Everyman's travel writing. Postcards also democratized travel writing. Before postcards, travel narratives were the domain of explorers, diplomats, or writers who published books. Postcards allowed ordinary tourists to craft micro-travelogues. A short message: we took the funicular up the mountain. Views were breathtaking. Was a travelogue in miniature. Thousands of such postcards, written daily, became a collective diary of travel. This democratization turned global storytelling into something ordinary. Everyone, no matter their education or wealth, could send a postcard and contribute to the worldwide narrative of place. Stories of longing and absence. Not all postcard stories were about leisure. Many carried tones of longing, loneliness, or absence. Soldiers wrote postcards from trenches or bases, thinking of home, hope to return soon. Migrants sent postcards to reassure families, work is hard, but I am safe. Lovers sent romantic postcards, often with flowers or cherubs on the front, whispering stories of affection across distance. Families separated by oceans relied on postcards as proof of continued love. These were not grand stories, but they were deeply human ones, snapshots of emotion carried through ink and image. Global storytelling in fragments. Taken together, the billions of postcards mailed in the 20th century formed a vast patchwork of global storytelling. Unlike novels or films, this literature was decentralized and democratic. Each postcard was a fragment of a story, incomplete on its own but powerful in the aggregate. They told the world not just what places looked like, but how they were lived in, imagined, mythologized, and loved. By the mid-20th century, tourism boards realized postcards were not just souvenirs but global advertisements. Carefully curated images were mass-printed to project an idealized story of each destination. Hawaii's postcards showed hula dancers, volcanoes, and beaches, creating a paradise myth that persists to this day. Switzerland sold its Alps and chalets, projecting an image of timeless purity. Italy leaned on ruins and Renaissance art, casting itself as eternal culture. Corporations, too, used postcards as storytelling devices. Airlines issued free postcards showing glamorous planes, cruise companies mailed images of luxury liners, and hotels distributed cards of pools and lobbies. These were not mere mementos, they were narrative tools, selling dreams of travel and leisure. Diaspora and the postcard home. For migrants and diaspora communities, postcards were lifelines. An Indian worker in London sending a postcard of Big Ben to family in Gujarat was telling a story of survival and success. I am here, I belong. A Filipino nurse in New York mailed a card of Times Square back to Manila, telling her parents, I am part of this new world. These stories were layered, pride in new opportunities, but also longing for home. Sometimes the postcard was less about the place and more about reassurance. Even a generic postcard of a city skyline said, "I made it. I am safe. I am thinking of you." For families who saved these postcards, albums became migration narratives in miniature. Silent storytellers, postcards without words. Many postcards survive without messages, never mailed or left blank. Yet even without words, they tell stories. The images themselves reveal what destinations wanted to project, what aesthetics dominated, what myths were being sold. A blank postcard of Las Vegas neon tells the story of spectacle, a faded postcard of a Soviet parade tells the story of power. Collectors often call these silent storytellers, fragments of narrative waiting to be interpreted. They remind us that postcards speak even when no one wrote on them. Reassembling global stories. Today, historians and collectors act as curators of these fragmented narratives. By studying thousands of postcards, they reassemble stories of migration, tourism, propaganda, and everyday life. An album of seaside postcards can tell the story of working-class leisure. A stack of field postcards from 1917 can tell the story of a regiment's fate. A box of colonial postcards can tell the story of empire and prejudice. In this way, the postcard remains one of the most democratic forms of global storytelling. It was never the voice of one author, but of millions, ordinary people who, together, narrated the 20th century in fragments. The history of postcards as global storytellers is not one of grand novels or epic poems, but of fragments, millions upon millions of small stories scattered across time and place. Each postcard is a snapshot of experience, a picture chosen, a few lines written, a journey through the post. On its own, it is modest. Together, they form a library of humanity. The democratic story. What makes postcards remarkable is their democracy. They were not created by elites alone, nor preserved only by scholars. They were written by children on summer holidays, by soldiers in muddy fields, by lovers, by migrants, by tourists, by workers. Postcards allowed everyone to be a storyteller, no matter their status. This made postcards the most widespread form of mass travel writing in history. Unlike guidebooks or official histories, they gave us the unfiltered voices of ordinary people. Stories that shaped imagination. Through postcards, the world itself was imagined. Paris became the Eiffel Tower, New York the skyscraper, Cairo the pyramid, Rio the beach. These images, mailed across oceans, built the shared mental atlas of humanity. For billions who never traveled, postcards brought the world to their doorsteps. At the same time, postcards told intimate stories, of longing, reassurance, humor, and pride. They carried both the myth of place and the truth of feeling. Memory beyond the moment. Though postcards were designed for quick communication, they outlived their purpose. Saved in boxes and albums, they became memory objects. Decades later, they speak not only of where someone was, but of who they were, and who they thought of at that moment. They remind us that history is not just about leaders or wars, it is also about the small stories people chose to send each other. Toward the next chapter. Postcards are storytellers not because they speak loudly, but because they whisper in countless voices. They are the chorus of humanity, telling us how the world was seen, shared, and loved. And so, having seen postcards as communication, history, and storytelling, we now turn to their next dimension, postcards not as messages or souvenirs, but as art. For postcards have long been miniature canvases, objects of design, beauty, and aesthetic value. And in Part 12, we will explore how artists, illustrators, and photographers transformed the humble postcard into a medium of creativity. From their earliest days, postcards were more than communication, they were artworks in miniature. Designed to be cheap, portable, and mass-produced, they nonetheless carried some of the finest design work of their eras. A postcard was small enough to be held in the hand, yet large enough to carry a striking image. That made it a natural medium for experimentation in photography, illustration, typography, and layout. For many artists, postcards were ways to test ideas, reach wider audiences, and blend art with daily life. Art Nouveau and early beauty. At the turn of the 20th century, postcards were swept into the Art Nouveau movement. Flowing lines, floral patterns, and elegant figures adorned countless cards. Artists such as Alphonse Mucha influenced postcard design, with graceful women framed by swirling hair and flowers. These postcards were not only souvenirs but objects of beauty in themselves. Collectors prized them for their aesthetic as much as for their message. Some were so lavishly printed, with embossing, gold foil, or hand coloring, that they were closer to fine prints than disposable stationery. Art Deco and modernism. The 1920s and 1930s brought the sharp lines and bold geometry of Art Deco. Postcards showed skyscrapers rising in sleek forms, ocean liners slicing across seas, and glamorous figures in angular poses. Modernist photographers also used postcards to spread their new aesthetic. Black and white compositions of industrial landscapes, bridges, and factories became iconic images of progress. These postcards were both advertisements for modernity and exercises in avant-garde style. Avant-garde and postcards as experiment. In the 20th century, avant-garde movements embraced postcards as tools of disruption. Dadaists mailed absurd postcards, mocking war and bourgeois society. Surrealists turned postcards into dreamscapes, collaging strange juxtapositions. Fluxus artists in the 1960s and 70s used postcards in mail art, treating the postal system as a global gallery. For these artists, the postcard was both medium and message. Its cheapness and accessibility allowed them to bypass galleries and reach people directly. To receive such a postcard in the mail was to receive art unexpectedly, in your own hands. Affordable art for the masses. One of the postcard's greatest aesthetic roles has been as democratic art. Unlike paintings or sculptures, postcards could be bought for pennies. That made them accessible to workers and children as much as elites. For many, collecting postcards was their first encounter with art. Albums filled with landscapes, portraits, or reproductions of famous paintings became private museums for ordinary households. Museums themselves recognized this. They sold postcards of their collections, allowing visitors to take art home. A Van Gogh or a Monet might be unattainable, but a postcard reproduction could be owned, displayed, and cherished. Contemporary postcard art. Today, artists continue to use postcards as creative tools. Independent illustrators issue postcard packs as affordable art prints. Photographers create limited edition postcard sets to showcase projects. Designers experiment with typography, minimalism, or collage on postcard formats. For contemporary audiences, postcards are both nostalgic and artistic, objects that evoke history while offering new aesthetic possibilities. While postcards often carried art for pleasure, they also carried art for persuasion. Governments in the 20th century used postcards not only to spread messages but to shape aesthetics of national identity. Soviet postcards portrayed workers with strong, heroic lines, faces uplifted, bodies muscular, colors bold. The style was both political and artistic, blending socialist realism with poster art. Nazi Germany, too, issued postcards designed by top illustrators and photographers. Their stark black and white images of rallies, eagles, and architecture were calculated to impress as much as to intimidate. Even democratic nations used postcard aesthetics for subtle propaganda. The U.S. issued chrome postcards of highways, supermarkets, and suburbs that told an artistic story of abundance. In these contexts, postcards blurred the line between art and ideology. Photography postcards. Perhaps no medium bridged art and postcard more directly than photography. From the start, postcards used photographs to capture landmarks and cities. But as photography evolved into an art form, so did the postcard. Black and white postcards of Paris boulevards, London streets, or New York skyscrapers were not only souvenirs, they were works of photographic composition. Angles, light, and framing turned postcards into miniature photographic prints. Some photographers embraced postcards deliberately. Edward Curtis, famous for documenting Native American life, published many of his photographs in postcard format. Others, like contemporary artists, used postcards to distribute photographic art cheaply, reaching audiences outside galleries. The aesthetics of kitsch. Postcards also flourished in the realm of kitsch. Sunset beaches with exaggerated colors, oversized greetings from lettering, cartoon donkeys wearing sunglasses, these were often dismissed as low art. Yet today, collectors and designers study these kitsch postcards with fascination. They reveal aesthetic trends of their time, the neon optimism of 1950s America, the playful vulgarity of 1970s seaside humor, the pastel gradients of 1980s travel ads. Kitsch postcards, once mocked, have become historical artifacts of taste, art not in spite of their excess, but because of it. Mail art and conceptual postcards. The 1960s and 70s mail art movement transformed postcards into conceptual art. Fluxus artists like Ray Johnson and Ankawara used postcards as part of their artistic practice. Kawara's famous I Got Up series consisted of daily postcards stamped with the time he woke up, mailed to friends and collectors. These works turned postcards into living diaries, performance art through the mail. Their aesthetic was minimal, almost banal, but that was the point. The postcard became a stage where art met life. Today, mail art still thrives in niche circles. Artists exchange handmade postcards, collages, and altered vintage cards, treating the format as a democratic canvas. Unlike gallery art, mail art postcards exist in motion, sent, received, handled, and lived with. From the early 20th century onward, museums realized postcards were not just souvenirs, they were ambassadors of culture. Visitors who could never afford a painting could still take home an image of it in postcard form. The Louvre sold postcards of the Mona Lisa. The British Museum sold images of ancient artifacts. The Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York offered postcard reproductions of everything from Egyptian sarcophagi to Impressionist canvases. For many people, these museum postcards were their first, and sometimes only, encounter with great works of art. They democratized access to culture, allowing art to circulate far beyond gallery walls. Albums of art postcards became private museums in living rooms around the world. Postcards as affordable art. Because postcards were inexpensive, they became a popular way to collect art. Students and young travelers often built collections of postcards from every museum they visited. Designers pinned postcards of Picasso or Matisse to their studio walls. Families framed favorite postcard reproductions as household decor. In this way, postcards blurred the line between souvenir and artwork. They were reproductions, yes, but they were also objects of beauty in their own right, treasured for decades. Contemporary illustrators and indie designers. In recent decades, independent illustrators and designers have embraced postcards as creative formats. Unlike posters or prints, postcards are cheap to produce, easy to distribute, and intimate in scale. Illustrators sell postcard packs at art fairs, each card a miniature canvas. Graphic designers use postcards to experiment with typography, layout, and color. Indie publishers include postcards and zines, blending literature and visual art. For artists working outside elite gallery systems, postcards offer both visibility and connection. They are democratic art in the truest sense, made to be shared, mailed, handled, and lived with. Fashion and graphic design. The postcard aesthetic has also spilled into other industries. Fashion designers borrow vintage postcard imagery for fabric prints. Graphic designers use postcard typography, bold greetings from, lettering, retro script, for logos and advertisements. Postcards have inspired advertising campaigns, art books, even Instagram filters that mimic vintage postcard styles. Their visual language, bright colors, borders, playful compositions, remains iconic. Souvenir versus artwork. What makes postcards fascinating is their duality. They are souvenirs, cheap, mass-produced, disposable. And yet, they are artworks, designed with care, preserved with love, and studied with reverence. This tension is at the heart of the postcard as an aesthetic object. It belongs to both the marketplace and the gallery, to both the ordinary traveler and the art collector. Its small size conceals its immense cultural weight. The postcard has always lived in two worlds. On the one hand, it is humble, a cheap piece of card, bought for pennies, mailed quickly, often discarded. On the other, it is exquisite, a miniature gallery piece, carrying the aesthetics of entire movements, from Art Nouveau elegance to pop art playfulness. Democratizing art. Few objects have democratized art as effectively as the postcard. Where paintings and sculptures were locked in museums, postcards brought them into kitchens, classrooms, and pockets. A child in a small town could own an image of Van Gogh. A worker could decorate a wall with a Renoir reproduction. A student could study Egyptian artifacts or medieval manuscripts through postcards. In this way, postcards collapsed the distance between elite art and everyday life. They allowed millions to carry fragments of beauty in their hands. Between souvenir and masterpiece. The paradox of the postcard is its duality. It is a souvenir, often chosen casually at a gift shop rack. But it is also an aesthetic object, carefully designed, preserved by collectors, studied by historians. This duality is what gives postcards their unique charm. They remind us that art does not always hang in galleries or command high prices. Sometimes it is printed on cheap paper, slipped into an envelope, and cherished for decades. Art in the everyday. The postcard also represents art in the everyday. Its size forces compression, a single striking image, a clean composition, a bold typeface. Designers had to capture attention instantly, making postcards laboratories of graphic design. Even the low art of kitsch postcards, sunset beaches, neon lettering, comic donkeys, reveals its own aesthetic history. What was once mocked as vulgar now fascinates as cultural expression. Toward the next chapter. The postcard as art is not about prestige, but about presence. It proves that beauty, humor, and design can exist in the smallest of forms. It teaches us that art is not always monumental, but sometimes intimate, tactile, and shared. And as we move forward in this story, we now turn to the technologies that made all this possible. For postcards were not only shaped by artists, they were shaped by printers, postal systems, and the mechanics of mass production. In Part 13, we will explore how printing techniques, distribution networks, and technological innovation allowed the postcard to conquer the world. Behind every postcard lies a web of technologies, printing presses, inks, cameras, postal systems, that made it possible. The postcard is not just a cultural artifact, it is a technological one. Its rise depended on revolutions in printing and communication that unfolded across the 19th and 20th centuries. Without cheap color printing, postcards could never have become the world's favorite souvenir. Without postal reforms, they could never have spread so quickly. To understand the postcard is to understand how technology shaped culture in cardboard form. The birth of chromolithography. The most important breakthrough in postcard history was chromolithography, the process of printing in vibrant color using multiple stone or metal plates. Invented in the 19th century, chromolithography allowed mass production of richly colored images at relatively low cost. Suddenly, postcards could burst with color: flowers, landscapes, cityscapes, portraits. Collectors marveled at the detail and brilliance of these images. By the 1890s, chromolithographic postcards were flooding markets in Europe and America. They turned postcards from drab stationery into miniature artworks, fueling the postcard craze of the early 20th century. Real photo postcards, RPPCs. Another technological revolution was the real photo postcard. From about 1900 onward, people could take a photograph and have it printed directly onto postcard stock. This meant individuals could create their own postcards, family portraits, weddings, local parades, disasters, even humorous staged scenes. RPPCs gave postcards an intensely personal dimension. They were not just mass-produced images chosen from racks, they were unique snapshots of individual lives, mailed as one-of-a-kind souvenirs. For historians today, RPPCs are goldmines of visual evidence, showing small-town life and personal experiences often ignored by mainstream media. Advances in printing and paper. As the 20th century progressed, printing technology became faster and cheaper. Offset printing replaced lithography, enabling sharper images in greater volumes. Photographic postcards could be printed in millions, fueling the mid-century boom in chrome postcards, glossy, color-saturated images that defined the 1950s, 1970s. Paper technology also evolved. Early postcards were thick and sometimes fragile, later ones used coated stocks that resisted wear and carried brighter colors. These innovations helped postcards survive long postal journeys and endure as keepsakes. Postal systems and the penny post. Printing alone was not enough, postcards needed efficient postal systems. The British penny post reform of 1840, which allowed letters to be sent anywhere in the UK for a penny, was a crucial precedent. It made cheap communication possible and set the stage for postcards. By the 1870s, many countries allowed postcards to be mailed at even lower rates than letters. This affordability was key to their popularity. A postcard was often the cheapest way to send a message, sometimes less than half the cost of a letter. The Universal Postal Union. In 1874, the Universal Postal Union, UPU, was founded, standardizing international mail. For the first time, people could send postcards across borders with predictable costs and systems. This innovation globalized the postcard. A tourist in Paris could send a card to New York, and a migrant in Buenos Aires could write to family in Italy, all thanks to the UPU. By the turn of the century, postcards were flowing across continents in unprecedented volumes. Mass production and distribution. By the early 20th century, postcards had become a massive industry. Factories in Germany, France, Britain, and the US printed millions each week. Distribution networks placed postcards in railway stations, hotels, corner shops, and tourist kiosks. Advances in logistics meant postcards could be printed in one city and shipped globally within days. Companies like Raphael Tuck and Sons in London or Kurt Tyke in Chicago built empires on postcard production, employing thousands of workers. Postcards were no longer just communication, they were industrial products, powered by the latest printing and postal technologies. One of the most important technical changes in postcard history came in 1902, the divided back. Before then, the back of the postcard was reserved for the address only, and any message had to be squeezed onto the image side. But with the new divided format, the back was split into two halves, the left for the message, the right for the address. This simple design change revolutionized postcard writing. It gave senders space to write longer notes, and it standardized the format we still use today. Without the divided back, the golden age of postcard correspondence would have been far less practical. Photographic printing innovations. As the 20th century advanced, photographic printing methods evolved rapidly. Collotype printing allowed crisp reproductions of black and white photographs, common in the early 1900s. Rotogravure printing in the 1920s made mass production faster, with rich sepia tones. By the 1930s, color printing advanced through photochrome processes, blending photographic accuracy with vibrant hues. But it was the chrome postcard, popularized in the 1940s and perfected in the 1950s, that truly changed the game. Chrome postcards used modern color photography and glossy coatings, creating dazzling images with saturated blues, greens, and reds. These chromes became iconic, capturing the neon of Las Vegas, the beaches of Florida, the motels of Route 66, and the skylines of modern cities. Airmail and the speed of postcards. Postcards had always been tied to the speed of the mail. In the 19th century, trains and steamships carried them swiftly. But in the 20th century, airmail transformed delivery. By the 1930s, postcards could cross oceans in days rather than weeks. Airlines even issued their own postcards, featuring glamorous aircraft and promising speed. Travelers delighted in sending airmail postcards with special blue stamps, proud to be part of a faster world. This speed reinforced the postcard's role as near-instant communication, until telephones, and later the Internet, finally eclipsed it. Mechanized sorting and distribution. As postcard volumes exploded, billions mailed annually by the early 20th century, postal systems adopted new technologies to handle the flood. Sorting machines read addresses and routed cards mechanically. Printing presses scaled up to mass-produce standardized formats. Distribution networks ensured postcard racks reached even small towns and remote resorts. The efficiency of these systems made postcards reliable. A card mailed in London in the morning might reach a nearby town the same evening. This speed and scale were possible only because of advances in mechanization and logistics. Technology shapes habits. Every technological change altered how postcards were used. The divided back encouraged longer, more personal messages. Chrome printing encouraged glossy souvenir imagery. Airmail made international postcards practical for travelers. Mechanized sorting kept costs low, ensuring postcards remained affordable. In this way, technology didn't just enable postcards, it shaped the very culture of postcard writing, collecting, and exchanging. In the 1930s and 1940s, a new kind of postcard appeared in the U.S., the linen postcard. Printed on paper with a textured surface resembling cloth, these cards absorbed inks differently, producing vivid, almost glowing colors. Linen postcards became iconic for their exaggerated hues, deep blue skies, bright green grass, and golden buildings. They often depicted highways, motels, state capitals, and tourist attractions in a hyper-real style. Publishers like Kurt Tyke and Company mastered the linen postcard, producing millions with their CT art color tone process. For many Americans, linen postcards define the look of mid-century travel, blending artifice and optimism. Novelty formats. Postcard technology also embraced novelty. Beyond the standard rectangle, publishers experimented with creative designs to capture attention. Mechanical postcards with pull tabs, rotating wheels, or flaps that revealed hidden images. Fold-out postcards that expanded into panoramic views or strips of multiple images. 3D lenticular postcards that shimmered with depth when tilted, popular from the 1950s onward. Silk and embroidered postcards, especially in the early 20th century, combining textile and print. Photo insert postcards, where tourists could slip their own small photo into a pre-printed frame design. These innovations blurred the line between postcard and toy, emphasizing playfulness and spectacle. The giants of postcard publishing. The postcard boom created powerful publishing empires. Raphael Tuck and Sons, London, became the most famous British postcard publisher, with oelet series depicting everything from landscapes to fairy tales. Kurt Tyke and Company, Chicago, dominated American production, pioneering linen and chrome postcards. Neuer in Paris and Stengel and Company in Dresden produced millions across Europe. These companies combined art, technology, and distribution networks to flood the world with postcards. Their catalogs were vast, offering postcards for every taste, from high art reproductions to comic sketches. Early digital experiments. By the late 20th century, postcards began experimenting with digital technology. In the 1980s, some tourist shops offered computer-generated postcards, using early graphics to create futuristic images. By the 1990s, companies produced postcards on CD-ROMs, containing hundreds of digital images that could be printed or emailed. Though these formats were niche, they foreshadowed the e-postcards and app-based postcards of the 2000s. They showed how postcard technology was always willing to adapt, experimenting with whatever medium might carry its visual storytelling forward. Scale and culture. The industrial scale of postcard production shaped culture itself. Because postcards could be produced so cheaply and in such variety, they became the most accessible art and communication medium of the 20th century. Without the efficiency of publishers, printers, and postal networks, postcards could never have become such a global phenomenon. The story of postcards is, in many ways, the story of industrial technology democratizing beauty, memory, and communication. When we look at a postcard today, creased corners, fading ink, a photograph of a long-ago street, it feels like a fragile survivor of the past. Yet behind that fragility lies a story of enormous technical achievement. Printing as invisible art. Every vibrant linen hue, every glossy chrome finish, every crisp black and white RPPC was born of technology. The artistry of postcards was always dependent on printing presses, paper stock, and chemical processes. Even the cheapest souvenir postcard required a chain of innovation stretching from lithography to offset printing to modern digital reproduction. Without these techniques, postcards could never have been produced at the scale that defined their golden age. The postal system as circulatory system. If printing was the heart of the postcard, the postal system was its bloodstream. Postal reforms, the Universal Postal Union, mechanized sorting, airmail routes, all of these made the postcard an efficient vehicle of human connection. A postcard could travel from a Paris cafe to a Chicago apartment in days. That miracle was not magic, but infrastructure, railways, ships, planes, clerks, and machines working in invisible coordination. Technology made postcards reliable. Without trust in the system, few would have bothered to send them. The paradox of fragility and endurance. Postcards are small and easily lost, yet billions survive today. Their endurance is itself a technological feat: strong paper stock, durable inks, protective coatings. They were designed to be cheap, yet they were also engineered to last long enough to cross continents and remain legible decades later. This paradox, fragile yet enduring, captures the genius of postcard technology. Technology and culture entwined. The postcard reminds us that technology is never neutral. Printing methods influenced what images were possible. Postal rules shaped how people wrote messages. Innovations like the divided back or airmail altered habits of communication. In short, technology did not just enable postcards, it shaped the very culture of how we saw, shared, and remembered the world. Toward the marketplace. But technology was only one side of the postcard story. The other was commerce. Postcards were not just personal expressions, they were commodities, sold in racks, marketed to tourists, and used by corporations as advertising. And so, in the next chapter, we will turn from the machines to the marketplace, from the presses and postal bags to the souvenir stands and shop counters where postcards became business, brand, and consumer icon. From the moment they appeared in the late 19th century, postcards were not only communication tools but products. They were designed, printed, distributed, and sold for profit. Their survival as a cultural form depended on commerce as much as on art or technology. The postcard was the perfect commodity, cheap to produce, affordable to buy, endlessly variable, and universally appealing. Everyone, from tourists to migrants, soldiers to children, needed them at some point. And so, a vast industry arose to meet that demand. Souvenir shops and tourist economies. Nowhere was the commerce of postcards more visible than in tourist centers. By 1900, every railway station, seaside promenade, and city square in Europe and America was dotted with racks of postcards. Souvenir shops treated postcards as their bread and butter stock. Travelers bought them by the handful, mailing some and saving others as keepsakes. For many tourists, sending postcards was as much a ritual as buying a ticket or checking into a hotel. Hotels themselves joined the trade, printing postcards of their lobbies, facades, and guest rooms. Restaurants offered cards of their interiors or special dishes. Railway companies issued postcards of their trains, while steamship lines distributed images of their luxury liners. In this way, postcards were woven into the very fabric of tourism commerce. To travel was to buy postcards. Advertising in the mailbox. Corporations quickly realized the postcard was not just a souvenir but a marketing tool. Businesses mailed promotional postcards to customers, advertising products, services, or special events. Department stores sent postcards announcing seasonal sales. Cinemas issued postcard-sized posters of films. Car companies mailed postcards with glossy images of new models. Even small shops used them as affordable advertising, knowing that a picture card on a kitchen table could influence a purchase. Because postcards were cheap to print and mail, they became one of the most cost-effective advertising mediums of the 20th century. The seasonal postcard market. Another crucial driver of commerce was the holiday trade. Postcards became central to seasonal greetings, especially around Christmas, Easter, and Valentine's Day. Publishers issued elaborate series of holiday postcards, angels and snow scenes for Christmas, bunnies and eggs for Easter, hearts and cupids for Valentine's. Families bought them in bulk, sending greetings across towns and continents. By the early 1900s, the Christmas postcard alone was a booming business, with millions sold annually in Europe and America. For many families, the postcard was not just a holiday gesture, it was a seasonal necessity. Economics of the postcard industry. The economics of postcards relied on volume. A single postcard might cost only a few cents, but billions were sold each year. Printers, publishers, and distributors all profited from scale. Large firms like Raphael Tuck and Sons in London or Kurt Tyke and Company in Chicago became multinational businesses, employing thousands. Smaller local publishers catered to niche markets, producing cards of small towns, regional landmarks, or local humor. Postcards were also a boon to the postal services themselves. Their popularity boosted mail volume, generating steady revenue for governments. In short, postcards thrived not only because people loved them but because they made good business sense. The Golden Age of Commerce. The Golden Age of postcards between the 1890s and 1914 was not only cultural but commercial. In Europe, millions of cards were sold every week. In Germany alone, over 1 billion postcards were printed annually by 1910. Britain and France experienced similar explosions. Shops competed to stock the newest designs. Publishers hired armies of illustrators, engravers, and photographers to feed the insatiable appetite for novelty. Collectors eagerly hunted rare issues, sometimes lining up at shops on release days as if for concert tickets. This commercial frenzy was fueled by low prices. Postcards were cheap enough for anyone to buy, yet profitable in bulk. For publishers, postcards were the perfect blend of art, industry, and consumer culture. The postcard rack is cultural icon. One of the most enduring images of postcard commerce is the spinning wire rack. Invented in the early 20th century, it allowed hundreds of designs to be displayed in a compact space. These racks became fixtures of souvenir shops, museum lobbies, railway stations, and beach promenades. Tourists flipped through them casually, choosing cards almost as reflexively as buying snacks. The rack itself became part of postcard culture. For many travelers, browsing postcards was inseparable from the travel experience. Even today, the sight of a postcard rack in a gift shop evokes nostalgia and continuity with the past. Collectors and the secondary market. While most postcards were ephemeral, others entered the realm of collecting and trade. By 1900, organized postcard clubs and fairs had emerged, where enthusiasts exchanged and purchased cards. The secondary market was fueled by scarcity and rarity. A limited edition postcard of a royal coronation, a misprinted issue, or a card from a small town with tiny print runs could become highly valuable. By the mid-20th century, postcard collecting, deltiology, had become a serious hobby. Dealers cataloged postcards by region, publisher, theme, and rarity, creating an entire economy parallel to the souvenir market. Today, rare postcards can fetch thousands at auction. A Titanic postcard mailed days before the sinking, or a propaganda card from a short-lived regime, is as prized as a rare coin or stamp. Postcards as corporate branding. Beyond souvenirs, postcards became tools of corporate identity. Businesses printed postcards not only for advertising but for prestige. Hotels issued postcards of their buildings as a way to project status. A grand postcard of a luxury lobby was itself an advertisement for wealth. Airlines and cruise lines printed glossy postcards of their fleets, associating their brand with glamour. Even factories printed postcards of assembly lines or new machinery, proud to showcase progress. In this sense, postcards were not just products, they were symbols of modern business confidence. International fairs and dealers. As the market matured, international postcard fairs became regular events. Collectors and dealers gathered to buy, sell, and trade rare cards. In cities like Paris, London, and New York, entire fairs were devoted to postcards. Dealers published catalogs, and specialized shops thrived. The postcard had become both commerce and culture, an object of mass consumption and niche obsession alike. Postcards in colonial economies. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, postcards were deeply entwined with empire. European powers produced millions of cards depicting colonies, cities, landscapes, exotic peoples, selling them to tourists and officials. For colonizers, These postcards reinforced imperial pride. A card of a railway in India or a governor's palace in Africa was both souvenir and propaganda, a portable symbol of domination. For local economies, postcards became trade goods. Printers in colonies often worked under contracts from European firms, producing images for export. Some local photographers carved niches for themselves, selling postcards that blended colonial expectations with indigenous perspectives. While postcards carried beauty, they also carried stereotypes, reducing cultures to simplistic images that could be consumed abroad. The commerce of postcards was thus never neutral, it was tied to the economics of empire. Souvenir culture in the global south. Even outside empires, postcards shaped souvenir economies across the global south. In Egypt, postcards of the pyramids were sold to tourists in Cairo bazaars. In Mexico, postcards of Aztec ruins and colorful markets became staples of tourist trade. In Japan, woodblock-inspired postcards fascinated Western travelers. These postcards often reflected the tension between authenticity and performance. They sold visions of place designed to meet tourist expectations, sometimes at the expense of accuracy. But they also became vital sources of income for local economies dependent on tourism. Department stores and mass-market chains. By the early 20th century, postcards were so ubiquitous that they entered the world of department stores. Shops like Macy's in New York or Selfridges in London stocked postcards not only of tourist attractions but of their own stores. Chains such as Woolworths sold inexpensive postcards in bulk, treating them like any other consumer good. For working-class shoppers, postcards were among the most affordable ways to participate in modern consumer culture. This mass-market presence reinforced postcards as everyday objects, not luxuries, but staples. They were bought casually alongside candy or handkerchiefs, further embedding them in daily commerce. Seasonal booms and fluctuations. Postcard sales followed seasonal rhythms. Summer, with its waves of tourism, was peak postcard season. Seaside towns, mountain resorts, and national parks saw sales soar as visitors stocked up on cards to send home. The winter holiday season was another boom, driven by Christmas and New Year postcards. Publishers timed releases carefully, knowing the bulk of their annual profit might depend on these few months. Economic downturns and wars disrupted postcard sales, but the industry proved resilient. Even in wartime, postcards were sold as morale boosters and mementos. Commodities of nostalgia. By the mid-20th century, postcards were no longer just current souvenirs, they became nostalgic commodities. Racks sold retro postcards reprinting vintage designs. Collectors saw older cards, and publishers marketed reproductions as heritage items. This nostalgia commerce continues today. A postcard of a 1920s beach scene, sold in a 2020s gift shop, shows how postcards recycle their own history as part of their commercial appeal. The story of the postcard is not only one of communication or art, it is also a story of commerce. Without the souvenir stand, the department store, the hotel lobby, and the postcard rack on the street corner, the postcard would never have reached billions of hands. The souvenir economy. At its heart, the postcard was a souvenir economy in miniature. Tourists expected to find them, shops expected to sell them, and publishers expected to profit. A single rack might hold dozens of images, each one representing not only a place but a product to be consumed. Buying a postcard was a ritual transaction. For a few cents, one could purchase not just paper and ink, but memory, proof, and presence. The value of the postcard lay as much in its commerce as in its culture. Commerce shapes memory. Because postcards were commodities, commerce shaped what people remembered. Publishers printed what they thought would sell, the most famous monuments, the most picturesque landscapes, the most flattering images. What was left out, poverty, hardship, everyday labor, was often invisible. In this way, the marketplace curated collective memory. The postcards we inherited from the past are not neutral, they are commercial decisions, reflections of what consumers were expected to desire. Mass production, personal meaning. The paradox of the postcard is that it was mass-produced yet deeply personal. Millions of identical cards rolled off presses, stacked on racks around the world. And yet, once chosen, written on, and mailed, each card became unique. Commerce supplied the blank canvas, individuals supplied the story. This balance between industry and intimacy was the postcard's genius. It could be both product and message, both commodity and connection. Nostalgia for sale. Even in decline, postcards remain commercial. Today, racks of vintage reprint postcards sell nostalgia as much as scenery. Collectors' markets assign price tags to memory. Museums and galleries sell postcards of their collections as both art and revenue. The postcard has never fully escaped the marketplace. Its survival depends on its ability to keep being bought, not only for what it shows but for what it represents. Toward identity. Yet commerce was never the whole story. Postcards were also mirrors, reflecting who people thought they were, and who they wanted to be. They revealed class aspirations, gender roles, national pride, and cultural imagination. And so, in the next chapter, we will leave the shop counter and look into the mirror, Part 15, Postcards and Identity, where postcards show us not only the world, but ourselves. Every postcard is more than a picture of a place, it is also a reflection of the person who sends it, the culture that produces it, and the audience who receives it. Postcards are mirrors, holding up images of identity, aspiration, and belonging. Whether bought in a luxury hotel, scribbled by a soldier, or chosen by a child in a seaside shop, postcards reveal the worlds people wish to display to others, and the versions of themselves they wanted to project. Class identity in tourism. From the start, postcards carried class identity. Wealthy travelers in the late 19th century might send hand-tinted cards of alpine resorts or Parisian boulevards, signaling sophistication. Working-class families on day trips to the seaside sent cheap comic postcards with bawdy humor, signaling leisure and rebellion against respectability. Collectors, too, displayed class distinction. Middle-class enthusiasts filled albums with organized series of art cards or architectural views, while poorer families kept small bundles of cards tied with string. Postcards thus carried class in both content and context. What one chose to send or save said much about one's place in society. Gender roles in postcards. Gender was another identity inscribed into postcards. Women were both the most frequent buyers and senders of postcards, and also frequent subjects of imagery. Romantic and sentimental postcards often showed women in soft poses, surrounded by flowers, reinforcing ideals of femininity. Comic seaside postcards often sexualized women, exaggerating figures for humor. Propaganda postcards in wartime depicted women as nurses, mothers, or patriotic supporters, defining them by roles of care and sacrifice. At the same time, women used postcards to assert agency, sending cards to friends, organizing collections, and shaping trends in popular taste. In many ways, the postcard was part of women's expanding role in public communication in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. National identity and pride. Postcards were also powerful tools of national identity. Monuments, flags, leaders, and battles were endlessly reproduced on cards. A French card of the Eiffel Tower, a British card of Big Ben, or an American card of the Statue of Liberty was not just tourism, it was nationhood made portable. During wars, patriotic postcards reinforced loyalty. In peacetime, they built pride in landscapes, industry, and modern cities. Postcards of railroads, dams, or skyscrapers proclaimed progress as much as scenery. For migrants, sending a postcard of their new homeland was a way of affirming belonging while still maintaining ties to their origins. In this sense, postcards were passports of identity, carrying national pride across borders. Postcards and personal identity. On the individual level, postcards offered a way to curate self-image. To choose and send a postcard was to decide how one wished to be seen. A student abroad might send cards of famous universities to prove achievement. A family on holiday might send cards of beaches to show leisure. A soldier might choose a postcard of his regiment to affirm courage. Even the simplest card, "Wish you were here," was layered with identity, telling the recipient not only about a place but about the sender's role within it. Shaping the modern self. In many ways, postcards helped shape the modern self. They were snapshots of identity in transition, working-class people discovering leisure, women asserting presence in public culture, nations defining themselves in images. The postcard was not just a souvenir, it was a stage where people rehearsed who they were and who they wanted to be. Perhaps nowhere are questions of identity more visible than in colonial postcards. European publishers flooded markets with images of colonized peoples, often portraying them through exoticism or caricature. African men were depicted as noble warriors or laborers, Asian women as submissive beauties, indigenous peoples as curiosities. These images told stories less about the subjects than about the colonizers who consumed them. Colonial postcards reinforced hierarchies of power. They presented the colonized world as picturesque, primitive, or dangerous, never equal. At the same time, they reveal how empire imagined itself, as modern, dominant, and central. Today, these postcards are troubling but invaluable records of how race and power were marketed as commodities of identity. Exoticism and the other. Exoticism was central to postcard commerce. Tourists bought images of belly dancers in Cairo, snake charmers in India, or native villages in Africa. These images constructed the other as entertainment, confirming Western fantasies. Yet within these postcards were contradictions. Some local photographers resisted stereotypes, creating dignified portraits that circulated alongside exoticized ones. In certain cases, colonized peoples used postcards to reclaim agency, selling their own images to survive within the tourist economy. Thus, even within the distortion, postcards reveal layered identities, the imposed and the resisted, the marketed and the lived. Sexual identity encoded messages. Postcards also played a role in sexual identity. While romantic and flirtatious cards were mainstream, others carried hidden meanings. Homoerotic imagery sometimes slipped into circulation, especially in artistic postcards of athletes, soldiers, or nudes. Collectors exchanged them privately, using postcards as discreet tokens of desire. Coded language could transform ordinary cards into love letters between same-sex partners. The brevity of postcards made them ambiguous, ideal for veiled communication. Risque comic postcards of seaside towns hinted at sexual liberation, mixing humor with innuendo. These postcards were often censored or frowned upon, but they provided channels of expression in societies that restricted open acknowledgement of non-normative identities. Humor and stereotypes. Humor postcards also reflected identity, often through stereotypes. In Britain, seaside postcards depicted rotund holidaymakers, nagging wives, or drunken men. In America, rural folk or ethnic minorities were caricatured for laughs. While comic postcards reinforced prejudices, they also offered working-class people a way to laugh at authority, respectability, or daily struggles. Humor became a space where identity could be mocked, exaggerated, and reimagined. Safe spaces of expression. Because postcards were brief and seemingly trivial, they often escaped scrutiny. People could write what they dared not in longer letters. Lovers used them for secret exchanges. Children experimented with jokes and nicknames. Artists used them to test radical ideas. In this sense, postcards became safe spaces of identity, small windows where people could experiment with self-expression, even within rigid social systems. For young people in the early 20th century, postcards were a medium of play, flirtation, and rebellion. Teenagers sent humorous or cheeky cards to friends, often mocking authority figures or romantic conventions. Young couples used postcards for courtship, sending sentimental images of roses and hearts, or playful jokes that hinted at romance. In seaside towns, comic postcards with bawdy innuendo became tokens of youthful freedom, much to the horror of moral guardians. In this way, postcards helped youth shape their own culture, distinct from parental authority. They were cheap, accessible, and safe enough to push boundaries without being scandalous. Immigrant identity. For immigrants, postcards were lifelines of identity. A Polish worker in Chicago sending a postcard of the city skyline back to Krakow was not only showing a place but constructing an identity. I am modern, I am successful, I am far but connected. Conversely, postcards from the homeland, images of villages, churches, or festivals, reminded migrants of their roots. Albums of such postcards became emotional anchors, allowing immigrants to carry home with them across oceans. Through these exchanges, postcards maintained diasporic identities, helping families imagine each other's lives across distance. Political identity. Postcards also carried political identity. Workers' movements printed postcards of strikes, rallies, and leaders. Suffragettes issued postcards of women marching, chaining themselves to railings, or boldly demanding votes. In these cases, postcards were not neutral souvenirs but weapons of identity, proclaiming belonging to a cause. Even propaganda cards, whether communist, fascist, or nationalist, functioned this way. They told individuals, you are part of this movement, this nation, this destiny. To send or keep such a card was to affirm political identity. Collectors and identity. Postcard collecting, or deltiology, was itself a form of identity-making. What people chose to collect, castles, trains, seaside views, comic cards, reflected personal passions, hobbies, and values. Albums were curated identities in cardboard form. They showed not only where someone had been, but what they cared about: history, humor, beauty, memory. For some, collections became lifelong projects, a way of asserting selfhood through order, taste, and memory. In this sense, postcards became mirrors of inner identity as much as public display. The postcard has always been more than an image of place, it has been a mirror of people. When we hold an old card, we are not only seeing a city skyline or a mountain range, we are seeing the sender's choices, the publisher's assumptions, and the recipient's expectations. Each card reflects layers of identity. Class and gender, seen and sent. Postcards revealed class distinctions in who bought them, what they showed, and how they were preserved. They reflected gender roles, sometimes reinforcing stereotypes of beauty or domesticity, sometimes offering women new ways to communicate and collect. A comic seaside postcard, a romantic Valentine card, a patriotic war postcard, all told us not only about the image but about the social world of those who used them. Race, nation, and belonging. Colonial postcards displayed how empires imagined others. National postcards displayed how nations imagined themselves. Immigrant postcards displayed how migrants imagined home. Each card, whether reinforcing stereotypes or resisting them, was a tool of belonging. It told people where they fit, or where they wished to fit, in a world defined by borders, hierarchies, and communities. The political and the personal. Postcards carried political identity, whether a suffragette campaign card, a propaganda rally scene, or a workers' strike announcement. To send such a card was to declare, "This is who I am. This is what I believe." But they also carried the most intimate identities: lovers writing coded messages, children drawing doodles, collectors curating albums. The postcard became both banner and whisper, both declaration and secret. Identity in fragments. No single postcard tells the whole story. But together, they create a mosaic of identity. They show us who people were, or at least who they wanted to appear to be, in the small performances of everyday life. In this way, postcards are not just souvenirs of place, they are souvenirs of selfhood. They are snapshots of identity frozen in ink and paper, carrying across time the voices of ordinary people as they negotiated who they were. Toward memory. If postcards reflect identity, they also preserve memory. They become keepsakes of family, tokens of love, relics of journeys. Albums of postcards are not only collections of places but archives of lives. And so, having seen postcards as mirrors of identity, we now turn to their role as memory objects. In Part 16, we will explore how postcards live on in shoeboxes, albums, and archives, becoming not only reflections of self but vessels of remembrance. Every postcard begins as a communication, but many survive as keepsakes. Long after their message has been read, they linger in drawers, albums, or boxes. A faded card of a seaside pier or a grand cathedral becomes more than a souvenir of place, it becomes a souvenir of time, holding a moment that can be revisited decades later. Unlike letters, which are often discarded, postcards are small, colorful, and easy to save. Their images make them worth keeping even after their messages fade. In this way, postcards live on as memory objects, artifacts that preserve emotions and experiences far beyond their original purpose. Family albums and heirlooms. In countless homes, postcards have been pasted into albums, often carefully arranged by sender, theme, or chronology. These albums become family archives, telling stories of trips taken, relatives abroad, holidays celebrated, and milestones marked. A child might flip through an album and see not only places but faces, recognizing the handwriting of a grandparent, the humor of an uncle, or the affection of a parent long gone. The postcard becomes an heirloom, bridging generations with tangible proof of memory. Even loose bundles of postcards, tied with ribbon or stored in shoeboxes, carry similar weight. To inherit a relative's postcards is to inherit fragments of their life, filtered through images and short messages. Vessels of grief and longing. Postcards also function as vessels of grief and longing. A soldier's postcard from the front, kept by a mother long after he did not return. A card from a lover, cherished by the widow decades later. A postcard mailed from a migration journey, held by children waiting for reunion. In such cases, the postcard becomes sacred. It is no longer just paper, but relic, imbued with presence. Its value is not in what it shows, but in who touched it, who wrote it, and what was felt when it was received. Collectors as memory keepers. Beyond the personal, collectors act as cultural memory keepers. By saving postcards from flea markets, estate sales, and attics, they preserve countless private memories that would otherwise vanish. A postcard of a vanished train station, a card showing a small-town festival in 1912, or a propaganda postcard from a long-collapsed regime, all become fragments of history salvaged from oblivion. Collectors' albums, in this sense, are not just hobbies but archives of collective memory. Postcards as time capsules. What makes postcards unique is that they capture both place and time. The image shows how a city or landscape looked, while the message captures how people felt about it. Together, they create miniature time capsules, windows into daily life of another era. A postcard mailed in 1907 is a fragment of that year preserved in ink and paper. A chrome postcard from 1963, with its saturated colors and casual handwriting, is a cultural fossil of the mid-20th century. Every postcard is both artifact and memory, carrying forward not just images but the lived humanity of its senders and recipients. Few objects carry nostalgia like postcards. To hold one is to be transported not only to a place but to a time in life. A card from a childhood holiday, a honeymoon trip, or a family road journey can bring back waves of memory more vividly than photographs alone. Part of this power lies in the handwritten note. Seeing a parent's or grandparent's handwriting is an intimate reminder of their presence. The slight smudge of ink or hurried scrawl freezes a human gesture in time. Even short notes, all well, weather fine, carry echoes of voices long silent. For this reason, postcards are often passed down as memory heirlooms. They are not valuable in money, but priceless in emotion. Wartime memory. Postcards hold special weight in wartime memory. For soldiers, postcards were sometimes the only practical way to write home. Field postcards of World War I often carried printed phrases, "I am well, I have received your letter," with minimal space for personalization. Yet families treasured them as lifelines. In many cases, a postcard was the last communication before death. Mothers and widows clutched these cards for decades, preserving them as sacred relics. Even propaganda postcards, once commercial products, have been reabsorbed into memory as documents of survival and loss. To study a wartime postcard is to hear echoes of voices speaking across fear, distance, and hope. Museums and archives. Institutions, too, have recognized postcards as crucial memory objects. National libraries, city archives, and university collections now hold millions of postcards. Museums often use them to reconstruct lost landscapes, streets, buildings, or monuments that no longer exist. An old postcard of a railway station may be the best surviving image of it before demolition. Archivists also value postcards for their messages. The backs of cards record the everyday thoughts of people whose lives otherwise left little trace in history. Together, these collections form democratic archives, history written by ordinary hands. Postcards and memorial culture. Postcards sometimes enter memorial culture directly. Families place postcards of favorite saints, places, or loved ones at grave sites. Memorial exhibitions display wartime postcards as tokens of remembrance. On anniversaries, communities reproduce historical postcards to commemorate local history. In such cases, postcards serve as anchors of memory, allowing people to visualize and connect with those who came before. Memory bridges across generations. What makes postcards unique is their ability to bridge generations. A grandchild who never met a grandparent may nonetheless hold a postcard written by them, seeing both their handwriting and their world. In this way, postcards connect past and present not through abstraction but through touch, ink, and image. They make memory physical. Exile gives postcards special poignancy. Refugees and migrants often used postcards as both proof of life and tokens of longing. A postcard mailed from Ellis Island in the early 1900s, for example, reassured families in Europe, "I have arrived safely." For those forced into exile by war or persecution, postcards became lifelines of identity. A simple image of a homeland cathedral or village square, carried abroad, became a talisman of belonging. For generations, these postcards outlived the exile, preserved as sacred fragments of lost worlds. In Holocaust history, postcards sent from ghettos or camps often carried heavily censored or formulaic lines. Yet survivors and descendants have preserved them as precious evidence of both life and loss. These cards are not mere ephemera, they are embodiments of survival, memory, and grief. Postcards as therapy. Postcards have also been used in therapeutic contexts. Psychologists sometimes ask patients to write postcards to lost loved ones as a way of processing grief. Others use them in memory workshops with dementia patients, who often respond vividly to postcard images from their youth. Community projects also use postcards as collective therapy. People are invited to write anonymous postcards about secrets, fears, or hopes. These projects transform postcards into vessels of shared vulnerability and healing. In these contexts, the postcard is not just an object of memory but a tool for making sense of it. Digital archiving of postcards. The digital age has transformed how postcards as memory objects are preserved. Archives and libraries now digitize vast collections, making millions of postcards available online. Family historians scan albums to share with relatives. Collectors upload rare cards to databases. Social media groups trade postcard images as digital keepsakes. While this increases access, it also raises questions. Does a scanned postcard preserve the same intimacy as the original, with its physical ink and creases? Or does digital memory risk losing the tactile essence that makes postcards powerful? Perhaps the answer lies in complementarity. Digital archives preserve, while physical cards embody. Together, they ensure postcards survive as both shared and personal memory. Anchors and displacement. Whether physical or digital, postcards often serve as anchors of memory during displacement. For migrants, refugees, or students abroad, a postcard can be a small piece of stability, a reminder of home carried in a wallet, pinned to a wall, or saved on a phone. Unlike photographs, postcards are always linked to intention, someone chose and sent them. That makes them not just images, but affirmations of connection. Universality of memory. Across cultures, postcards fulfill the same role, they preserve the fleeting. They anchor love, grief, joy, and longing in tangible form. Whether in Europe, Asia, Africa, or the Americas, postcards testify to the universal human desire to remember, to hold on, to connect across time. Postcards begin their lives as ordinary things, paper rectangles sold for pennies, covered in ink, sent through the post. But when they survive, they become extraordinary. They transform into memory objects, carriers of lives, traces of hands, fragments of worlds that might otherwise vanish. From utility to relic. A postcard is written casually, a weather report, a note of arrival, a promise to return. Yet decades later, the same card may be wept over, cherished, or placed in an album with reverence. Time elevates utility into relic. What was once common becomes precious, because it preserves what is gone. Handwriting as presence. Part of the postcard's memory power lies in handwriting. The curl of a Y, the pressure of a pen, the hurried dash of ink, all are signatures of presence. Long after photographs fade into anonymity, handwriting reanimates the person. They touched this, they wrote this, they were here. This makes postcards deeply human. They do not only show places, they show hands, habits, voices made visible. Memory across generations. Postcards also cross generations. A child who never met a grandparent may still know their handwriting through postcards. A great-grandchild may flip through an album and glimpse the joys and sorrows of people long gone. In this way, postcards are bridges, connecting the living and the dead, the past and the present, the ordinary moment and the timeless emotion. Nostalgia made tangible. Nostalgia is often abstract, but postcards make it tangible. They are small enough to hold, yet large enough to carry both image and word. They embody the bittersweet longing for places, people, and times that cannot return. To touch a postcard is to touch the past directly, not in imagination but in material form. Toward communication. And yet, memory is not the only story. Postcards were not made to be kept, they were made to be sent. They are not just memory objects, they are communication tools. Their power lies not only in what they preserve but in how they connected people across distance. Thus, in Part 17, Postcards and Communication, we return to the postcard's central purpose, how it allowed billions to speak, share, and connect, not through long letters or expensive telegrams, but through a few words, an image, and the trust of the post. Above all else, postcards were communication. They were the quick notes of their age, used not for long letters but for short, practical exchanges. A card might say, "Train arrived safely," or "See you Sunday," or simply, "Weather beautiful, wish you were here." Because they were cheap, easy, and fast, postcards became everyday tools of conversation. They were less formal than letters, less expensive than telegrams, and more durable than word of mouth. The text messages of their time. In many ways, postcards were the text messages of the early 20th century. Their brevity forced writers to compress thoughts into a few words. Their affordability made them casual and frequent. Their speed, often arriving the next day, made them reliable for quick communication. Entire relationships were conducted through postcards. Friends, lovers, pen pals, and business associates exchanged dozens, sometimes hundreds, over the years. The postcard became a medium of continuity, stitching together daily life. The language of postcards. Because of space limits, postcards developed their own style of language, condensed, efficient, often fragmentary. Writers dropped articles and conjunctions, compressing sentences to fit. A typical card might read, "Arrived late last night. Hotel fine. See rough. Will write more later." This brevity carried charm. Postcards became a kind of shorthand, where tone was conveyed as much by handwriting and choice of image as by words. The double message, image and text. What set postcards apart from letters was their double communication. The image on the front was itself part of the message. A postcard of a sunny beach already told the recipient something before any words were written. "This is where I am. This is what I want you to see." The back added a personal touch, sometimes reinforcing the image. "We swam here this morning," sometimes contradicting it. "Looks pretty, but raining all week." Together, image and text created layered messages, blending public representation, the picture, with private communication, the note. Networks of contact. Postcards created webs of connection. Families scattered across towns used them to stay in touch. Soldiers on deployment used them to send reassurance. Pen pals across continents exchanged postcards to share glimpses of daily life. Businesses also used postcards to maintain contact with customers, mailing updates, promotions, or holiday greetings. In all these ways, postcards wove networks of contact that were durable, visible, and material, links of ink and card that formed the social fabric of their age. Though small in space, postcards often carried the weight of romance. Lovers exchanged cards decorated with roses, cherubs, or sentimental poetry. The image itself did half the work, setting a mood of longing or devotion. In wartime, postcards of affection became lifelines. A soldier might write only a few words, "Thinking of you always," but the card itself, chosen carefully, carried layers of meaning. Couples often built entire romantic dialogues out of postcard exchanges, each card a fragment of an ongoing love story. Even in peacetime, postcards offered discreet ways to communicate affection. Unlike long letters, they could be slipped into mailboxes without raising suspicion. Their brevity suited flirtation, teasing, playful, suggestive. Coded communication. Because postcards were public, anyone handling the mail could read them. Writers often used codes. Families in wartime devised secret signals in their wording to convey safety or danger. Lovers invented phrases whose meanings were known only to them. In oppressive regimes, postcards carried hidden dissent. A seemingly innocent description of weather or landscape might contain veiled criticism of politics. Sometimes, even the choice of postcard image itself was a code, a landmark, a symbol, a joke. These hidden layers turned postcards into instruments of survival as well as affection. Postcard etiquette. By the early 20th century, postcard etiquette guides appeared in newspapers and magazines. Writers advised how to use space properly, when to abbreviate, and what kinds of images were appropriate to send. It was considered polite to send postcards when traveling, to acknowledge receipt of gifts, or to mark holidays. Failing to send a postcard could even be seen as a slight, suggesting neglect or indifference. For collectors, etiquette extended to how postcards were exchanged, addressed, and displayed in albums. This codification turned postcards into part of social ritual, with rules that govern their use. Misunderstandings and brevity. Yet brevity had risks. With only a few lines, misunderstandings were common. A hastily written card might be misread as cold. A joke might be taken seriously. A delay in the post might cause worry. In some cases, postcards sparked disputes. Why didn't you write more, or why did you send a card to them and not to me? This fragility of communication was part of the postcard's charm, but also its limitation. Its power lay in immediacy, but its weakness lay in its incompleteness. For many families, postcards were the glue of daily connection. Before cheap long-distance calls, a postcard was the easiest way to reassure relatives. Arrived safely, mother recovering well, expect us on Tuesday. Postcards allowed extended families to stay in touch across towns and continents. Aunts and uncles sent holiday greetings, cousins traded playful notes. Grandparents collected postcards from children traveling abroad, pasting them into albums as evidence of family adventures. The act of sending a postcard itself carried symbolic weight. It signaled thoughtfulness, remembrance, and the maintenance of kinship bonds. Business correspondence. Postcards were also used for business. Firms sent invoices, appointment reminders, and announcements on postcards, taking advantage of their low postage. A dentist might send a card reminding a patient of a checkup. A shopkeeper might advertise a new product line. For businesses, postcards were efficient. They saved paper, postage, and time. For customers, they were proof of reliability, a tangible token of contact. Some firms even customized their postcards with logos and imagery, turning every mailed reminder into an advertisement. Children's postcards. Children, too, embraced postcards. In the early 20th century, postcard exchanges were encouraged in schools as educational tools. Children learned geography by collecting cards from different countries, penmanship by writing short notes, and social skills by exchanging greetings. Illustrated cards of animals, fairy tales, or comic figures appealed to young audiences, making postcards both toys and lessons. For many, sending or receiving their first postcard was a rite of passage into the world of communication. Language barriers and international exchange. Postcards also navigated the complexities of international communication. Tourists abroad often sent postcards written in their native language, leaving recipients to guess at meaning if they couldn't translate. Some writers relied on images to speak across language barriers. A postcard of the Eiffel Tower, even without words, said enough: "I was here, thinking of you." In cosmopolitan cities, bilingual or trilingual postcards were produced to ease communication. Collectors also valued foreign language postcards, not just for the pictures but for the exotic scripts, Arabic, Chinese, Cyrillic, inscribed on the back. In this way, postcards were both challenged and enriched by linguistic diversity. They were global objects, bridging tongues even when words faltered. Postcards were never meant to carry grand declarations. They thrived on the small note, the quick reassurance, the fleeting thought. A line dashed off on a train platform, a message written in a cafe, a scribble before boarding a ship, each was part of the postcard's charm. The brevity of contact. What made postcards powerful was their brevity. They didn't demand long reflection or eloquence. A few words were enough to say, "I am here. I thought of you. I remembered." In this way, postcards carried the weight of attention rather than the burden of prose. Words and images in balance. Unlike letters, postcards always spoke in two voices, the image and the text. The picture said something public, the note whispered something private. A sunny beach paired with a note about rain, a cathedral paired with a joke about the food, a patriotic card paired with quiet longing. Together, they created a dialogue of place and person, image and voice. Global yet intimate. Postcards were paradoxical. They were global, circulating across continents, binding empires, nations, and migrants into networks of ink and card. Yet they were intimate, carrying the small gestures of affection, humor, or obligation. Every postcard was both mass-produced and one of a kind. Identical cards sat on racks, but once chosen, written, and sent, each became unique, a piece of communication tailored to a single relationship. The conversation that lasts. Though most postcards were meant for quick contact, many survived long beyond their purpose. What was once a fleeting note became a lasting artifact. A card that once reassured a family now tells historians about a lost city street, a vanished handwriting style, a world in motion. In this sense, postcards remind us that even the smallest conversations can endure. They show that communication need not be grand to be meaningful, it need only be present, sincere, and human. Toward everyday life. Yet postcards were never only about travel or memory. They were also woven into the fabric of ordinary existence, sold in shops, pinned to walls, exchanged at desks, stuck into books. They were artifacts of daily life, as ordinary as receipts or tickets, yet as cherished as photographs. Postcards are often treated today as nostalgic keepsakes or collector's items, but in their heyday, they were also ordinary objects of daily life. They were as common as bus tickets or shopping receipts, things one bought, used, and often discarded. To understand postcards as artifacts of everyday life is to recognize their double nature, both mundane and meaningful. On the wall, on the mantle. Many postcards never traveled through the mail. They were bought, admired, and displayed. Families pinned them to walls, tucked them into mirrors, or placed them on mantelpieces alongside photographs and souvenirs. A postcard of Niagara Falls might sit beside a family portrait, becoming part of the household's visual landscape. A holiday card might decorate a table until the season passed. In this way, postcards were woven into domestic life, bridging private space and public imagery. Postcards in the office and workplace. Offices used postcards not only for correspondence but for decoration. A clerk might pin a postcard from a friend above their desk, a small reminder of life beyond paperwork. Employers sent promotional postcards to clients, turning business desks into mini galleries of commerce. Even factories sometimes displayed postcards, machines photographed for pride, worker groups celebrated on printed cards, or inspirational imagery pinned to bulletin boards. The postcard was part of workplace culture as much as home. Postcards in schools and classrooms. Teachers used postcards as educational tools. Geography lessons relied on postcards of distant countries. History teachers used cards of monuments and battles. Language lessons encouraged students to write messages on blank cards, practicing penmanship and communication. Children often exchanged postcards in class, creating early networks of social exchange. For many, the classroom postcard was their first experience of using visual culture as a way of learning. The postcard as everyday material culture. Seen in this light, postcards were not only communication tools or souvenirs, they were artifacts of material culture, objects that lived alongside shopping lists, calendars, and letters. They were tucked into cookbooks as bookmarks, slipped into wallets, or used as scratch paper. This ordinariness is part of their importance. Because they were so common, postcards touched all levels of society. They were not reserved for elites or collectors, they were part of the fabric of everyday life. While many postcards were mailed, countless others were bought simply as pictures. They decorated homes much like prints or posters, but at a fraction of the cost. Families tacked postcards onto walls to brighten kitchens or children's bedrooms. Students covered dormitory walls with cards from friends, turning private rooms into patchworks of memory. In some homes, postcards were displayed seasonally, much like holiday decorations, snow scenes in winter, seaside views in summer. The humble postcard thus doubled as affordable art, giving ordinary households access to images of beauty, humor, and wonder. The postcard album. Perhaps the most iconic way postcards entered everyday life was through the album. In the early 20th century, publishers even sold albums designed specifically for postcards, with slotted pages to insert cards neatly. These albums were often displayed in parlors. Guests leafed through them as they might a photo album, admiring scenic views or humorous series. Albums became conversation pieces, souvenirs of travels, or records of correspondence. For many families, the postcard album was as important as the family Bible or the photo album. It was a record not only of places visited but of relationships maintained. Postcards in community spaces. Postcards also lived in public and community spaces. Cafes displayed racks for sale, but they also pinned postcards from customers on walls, creating informal galleries of communication. Libraries collected local postcards, sometimes displayed in glass cases to showcase town history. Churches used postcards to promote missions abroad, distributing images of far-off lands to congregations. In these ways, postcards became community artifacts, shared objects of identity and pride. They told local stories while connecting people to broader worlds. Repurposed and reused. Because postcards were so abundant, they were often reused in creative or practical ways. Children cut them up for collages and scrapbooks. Some people recycled them as recipe cards or note paper. During economic hardship, postcards were even used for insulation in walls or as substitutes for stationery. This repurposing reveals postcards' material versatility. They were never just communication, they were paper, image, and object, adapted to whatever daily needs arose. In times of war, postcards became part of everyday routines for both soldiers and families. Soldiers often carried pre-printed field postcards, filling them out during brief rests. Families waited anxiously for their arrival, placing them on mantelpieces or saving them in boxes. Even propaganda postcards entered daily life, slipped into newspapers or sold at kiosks. They decorated homes, offices, and schools, normalizing the war effort. In this way, postcards were woven into wartime daily existence, reminders of both absence and duty. Postcards in markets and souvenir stalls. Beyond formal shops, postcards thrived in open-air markets and street stalls. Vendors displayed spinning racks next to trinkets, candies, and newspapers. Children bought penny postcards with pocket money, while tourists purchased bundles to mail at once. Market postcards often reflected local pride, images of small-town squares, fairs, or industries. They offered residents a way to see their own communities reflected in print, turning the familiar into something worth preserving. Postcards as children's playthings. Children embraced postcards as objects of play. They collected colorful ones, used them as pretend letters in games, or drew on the backs as sketchpads. In some households, children were allowed to choose postcards to send during trips, making them early participants in family communication. Teachers used postcard play in classrooms, assigning students to write a card from abroad, encouraging imagination and writing skills. For children, postcards blurred the line between toy, tool, and treasure. Postcards and rituals and holidays. Postcards also entered household rituals. At Christmas, strings of postcards were hung across fireplaces or doors, alongside greeting cards. Easter brought cards with flowers and religious imagery, displayed until the season passed. New Year postcards carried wishes of prosperity, often exchanged in bulk among acquaintances. These rituals turned postcards into part of the ceremonial calendar. They were not just mailed, they were displayed, admired, and remembered as markers of tradition. Postcards were never only souvenirs of journeys or tools of communication. They were also part of the ordinary fabric of life, scattered across kitchens, schools, workplaces, and markets. They were displayed on mantels, pinned to walls, tucked into books, pasted into albums, or simply left in drawers. The ephemeral object. For many, postcards were casual, almost throwaway objects. They were bought on impulse, mailed quickly, or reused as scrap paper. Market stalls sold them by the bundle, children played with them, and households displayed them only until the season or novelty passed. In this sense, postcards were true ephemera, meant to circulate, delight, and then disappear. The treasured keepsake. Yet in other cases, the very same postcard became a treasure. A card from a soldier, a lover, or a distant cousin might be preserved for decades. Albums turned casual purchases into family archives. Handwriting became as important as the picture, transforming the postcard into a relic of presence and affection. This duality, ordinary and extraordinary, disposable and sacred, was at the heart of the postcard's everyday life. Ritual and rhythm. Postcards also marked time. They were woven into rituals of holidays, travel, and seasons. They decorated homes during Christmas, returned every summer in seaside towns, and circulated with regularity through workplaces and schools. Postcards were not occasional intrusions into life, they were part of its rhythm. The object that belonged everywhere. Because postcards belonged everywhere, in shops, homes, cafes, churches, markets, they remind us how culture is carried not only by grand works of art or politics but by the small objects of daily use. They were democratic artifacts, equally available to workers and elites, children and elders, travelers and stay-at-homes. Toward power. But postcards were not only shaped by everyday routines, they were also shaped by forces of power. Governments, armies, and corporations all recognized the postcard's potential as a vehicle of persuasion. Propaganda postcards, political campaigns, and nationalist imagery reveal another side of the postcard, its role not only in ordinary life, but in the exercise of authority. And so, in Part 19, Postcards and Power, we will explore how postcards became instruments of persuasion, control, and propaganda, objects that carried not only personal voices but political ones.